Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's Brand Innovators Livecast series. My name is Isabel Bear. I am the virtual events manager here at Brand Innovators, and we hope that you're looking forward to today's summit on influencer marketing, one of our most popular topics. We are going to be hearing from marketing leaders from Cadillac, IBM, Guess, Visible, Avocados from Mexico, and many more. So before we get started, just a reminder, please ask questions to our speakers. You can use the Q&A widget at the bottom, and we'll be sure to get to them during the sessions. Also, feel free to use the chat to engage with the other participants. So before we kick off with today's live cast, I just want to share a quick recap of what Brand Innovators has been up to now for almost a year, I guess. So here you go. Hope you enjoy.
Every single person on our team, from the top down, from the bottom up, everybody stepped up.
You've been with us since the beginnings. We're going to keep the ball rolling. We have two more amazing speakers.
We were going to launch our very first virtual event, which we called the Livecasts. Historically, Brand Innovators has been a real-world events-based organization. We would go around the country, every major market, hosted by major brands, Fortune 500 companies. We would bring our community members together in the real world at those events to share with each other and learn from one another. It became obvious in March, like many other brands, we had to rethink our entire model.
We're really excited to kick this off and to welcome Angela.
Joining as our moderator, Alex Belady.
I'm really happy to be here with Steve Kennedy today.
They've continued the momentum all the way through this time that we've all been unfortunately stuck inside during the pandemic.
It feels like a family, it feels like a community.
Just got married 2 days ago.
Congratulations.
It's been an honor to be part of the virtual stage.
Thanks so much to Brand Innovators for having me here today.
Learning from them and being part of a community was really great. So thank you, Brand Innovators.
We've had 112 live casts, 150 private virtual roundtables. Between those two, 1,200 senior brand marketers from all sorts of amazing brands in our community, and all the amazing brand marketers, all of our fantastic partners and sponsors.
I found the experience exciting, thoughtful, inspirational.
I look forward to when we're back in person, but until then, this has worked very well.
If you haven't attended, you should, and you should bring your team with you.
I'm going to be a marketer for the rest of my life.
It's great, Chris. I love it, bro.
Full creative power, and they're like, you know what, you know best, you do you.
How is working from home going for you?
It's probably driving my wife crazy.
Fantastic job moderating. This is really wonderful. Thank you all.
Awesome. So always love seeing how far we've come, how much has changed over the past year for us. So without further ado, let's get started. I'm thrilled to welcome our host for the day, Chris Dietert, who is the Chief Communications Officer at Influential. And Chris is going to be taking over and hosting the rest of the day today. So welcome to the stage, Chris. Looks like you're on mute, Chris. Sorry.
Never gets old.
Never gets old.
Thank you, Isabel. Welcome, everybody, to our Influential and Brand Innovators Livecast. For those of you who are watching who are not familiar with Influential, we are an AI influencer technology that drives actual business outcomes, including sales, foot traffic into stores, and TV tune and lift. We have an outstanding lineup of brand marketers and agency leaders, so I'm excited to dive in. I'm thrilled to welcome our first session of the day. We are so excited to be joined by Minjay Ormes, the Chief Marketing Officer of Visible. The session will be moderated by my brother, Ryan Dietert, the CEO of Influential. Welcome to the stage, Minjay and Ryan.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Hey, Minjay.
Hey, Ryan. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm great.
Yeah, good. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining. Well, I actually hear that you're based in Colorado, and that is kind of the new Silicon Valley that I've seen all this press about. Is there? Have you been there for a while? Has it been your home, or is that something that's relatively new?
Yeah, I moved here for Visible, so it'll be about 3 years as of this spring. So new home, relatively new home. But I have to say, I haven't really been seeing a lot of it.
Yeah, been back-to-back Zoom calls, I imagine.
Yes.
That's the new normal. Well, thanks so much for joining today. We actually have a mutual friend, Kristen Dolan, introduced us. So I'm so glad she was able to make that introduction. And the things that we're going to talk today are really in depth and exciting. But I wanted to start off first with exciting news. You guys recently launched a brand new TV commercial, and I would
Yes,
love
we
for
did.
Vishal, if you guys could play that video for our guests to kind of start this off. Cue the commercial. All right. Well, either way, we'll come back to that when they actually cue the commercial. We'll
Ryan will reenact the commercial for us.
Yes, perfect. Well, let's start off with actually what Visible is. It's an all digital wireless carrier. You guys don't have stores. You don't have annual contracts. How on earth is this possible?
Well, let me tell you, our business model as Visible, which by the way is a Verizon company. So what's unique about us is that we are a startup within a big Fortune 15 company. So what we're really able to do from an internal perspective to be able to offer this to customers on the outside is to leverage what Verizon already does very well, which is its network, the telecommunications infrastructure, and all of the knowledge and great people who've already built this business up. But what we're doing with Visible is to then build on top of that and think about a slightly different audience set and slightly different business model, which is to say, our inspiration is really a lot of the stuff that people have been doing with a lot of the other industries and categories and product, which is the e-commerce business model. And then from a brand perspective, really carving out a way to have relationships with our members in a way that's more direct to consumer. So the newness of this and then the oldness but goodness of it is what comes together for us to be able to offer what we do as a newest wireless service in the United States, to do everything entirely on a digital business model.
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's the next evolution. So great job on putting this together. I guess you guys say out loud in the press and on your website, you guys are more than a wireless carrier. Tell us what that means and how your company makes good on that statement.
Yeah, there are kind of a couple of different components to it. One is our aspiration, which is to say, if we exist in the world, we got to add value to people's lives, right? So while there is very much the business purpose of what we saw as the opportunity to be able to, again, marry the best of what is powered by Verizon, and at the same time, the newness of the e-commerce business and direct-to-consumer brand positioning, which frankly in the United States is something very new for this category. We thought about, okay, what are more than just the price point, more than just the product experience, more than just the customer service experience that we can ultimately provide as a total offering, so that the value that people are getting for what they're paying for isn't just that I got a great deal, but it's I got a great deal and I get to do business with a company that really cares about, one, my overall experience, but also some of the other ways in which we've been growing the brand, specifically focus on our place in the world and social impact. So, we can discuss a little bit more about, for example, our Visible Connect program, which has been a way for us to focus our employee time and energy, as well as some funding to support nonprofits who are solving really, really big problems in their communities using mobile technology.
Got it. Well, speaking of technology, I think we finally got the ad up.
Yay!
Yeah, hallelujah. Per what you just said, let's see how that comes across in the TV commercial for your customers. So please play away, Michelle.
Is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here.
Hey.
Plus the players in my squad. What's that? Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless. Visible as little as $25 a month or $5 a month when you bring a friend. Powered by Verizon. Wireless that gets better with friends.
Perfect. Well, Minjay, that is a compelling offer, and obviously towards a specific demo. How did that? Was that something where you guys said, I want to go after gamers, Gen Z? Like, I mean, obviously a lot of people that would apply for a lot of people. It's a great offer.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share that with all of you. The insight of Visible really was, again, if you go back to kind of the pillars of our business that is new to the wireless category and consumers. So again, e-commerce and direct to consumers. Yes, it does tend to attract younger folks or the next generation of consumers, because those use the channels and technologies and the ways in which you would connect as a brand that are newer than more traditional ways of connecting with consumers. Now, what we have then applied that insight ultimately to be able to bring out the positioning where we show up and how we talk to them was less about, we got to really focus on this age group, but it's more about how do you look at what they're comfortable with as digital natives or digital adopters to make this product experience as easy and seamless as it can be for everyone. So does that mean we are, attracting largely the next gen of customers? Yes, like our member base tend to be overly skewed towards Gen Z and millennials. But at the same time, we don't necessarily want to build a wall between them and potentially older folks who are, technologically savvy, and they want the simplicity of kind of how we're able to offer our service in the business and be able to open that accessibility up to everyone. So I guess to answer your question, so in creative, aesthetic, and targeting, a lot of the folks that we do kind of go and talk to at the tip of the spear tend to be the next gen consumers. But again, what we're hoping for is that they are, frankly, right, like purchase influencers for other people in their lives too, so that we not necessarily be exclusive about who we ultimately serve as our member base.
I love to double click on that. So when we do campaigns, we call it micro segments. So essentially you just show maybe the gamer, millennial, or Gen Z person. Do you guys, with your digital expansion, do you have like techie dads? Do you have different segments that are also kind of hyper specific that you guys are putting out on digital, or maybe even back on TV as well?
Yes and no. So I think the challenge is that, right, like we have marketers, is that especially if you think about Visible as the newest entry in the telco category where there are 100 other choices and lots of noise around it, we have to first and foremost get out there and let people know that we exist, so that by the time that they're ready to consider switching phone services, that we're one of the options they will have researched and compared and ultimately be compelled to switch to. But that means it's a broad reach oriented marketing strategy to be able to say, yes, this is good for this design target, but for our message, it has to actually resonate and go as broad as possible for us to have a shot at letting as many people know that we are a good option for them. But then when you also look at the specific messaging or targeting or even channel level strategies, we can become a little bit more nuanced around, okay, so do we then specifically talk to people who do love gaming and be able to talk about more of the next gen technologies around eSIM or 5G and things that they care about, which we recently launched. So it gives us the range of opportunities to be able to say holistically, everything we do together should ladder up to the volume and the reach of people that we be able to introduce ourselves. But at the end of the day, when they see all of the different things that we offer, they be able to see a little bit of like what they're hoping to get out of this that is, again, above and beyond the price point.
I love that. And so we have some CMOs and SVPs in the audience here. I'd love to get your POV when you're looking at, obviously it's a newer brand, you're going out to capture market share. Is there certain metrics? Is it like, I think of like brand lift studies, like there's favorability, there's awareness. Do you have like a monitor watching this all day? How do you guys think about that?
Yes and yes and yes. So I think that also gives us the opportunity to think about, because we got to move fast. We got to move fast and think about what's working, what's not. Be able to make decisions that allow us to make more decisions down the road that is based on directional indicators right now versus things that we would, of course, be monitoring as continue to build this business to be able to even have a blip on the brand awareness radar against everybody else. And actually, honestly, for us in year one, yeah, we started to look at the very, very top funnel metrics like awareness and reach, but at the same time, our first job was to make sure that we even show up like the level of kind of the spend or the marketing activities that we were doing against everybody else meant that the first step was really to make sure, are you doing the right things to break through? And then for us to be able to then measure from there, okay, the number is moving in the right direction. But, you know, I would say for running this business and more day-to-day operations of like, what are we doing right now that's actually working versus not, there are a lot of more of the day-to-day indicators around the traffic levels to the order and activation conversion rates to where are the traffic coming from? Like, are we actually doing a better job and populating the internet with reviews and content strategy and how other people talk about us versus how we want to get the message out there for people to ultimately be able to find ways to get into our funnel, because visible.com is literally the only storefront that we have. So we got to be able to watch those things and make some calls that are a little bit more real time in the moment versus, I would say, things that take a little bit more time for us to figure out, are we going in the right direction?
And you obviously don't give me any numbers, but in terms of, is it mainly, is it paid social? Is it more programmatic? Obviously it's media mix, but is there any sort of, hey, I think my consumer is more in this kind of channel, or that a certain type of social platform, maybe Pinterest or Instagram or otherwise?
Yeah, so social has played a big role both from an organic and paid perspective for us from the very beginning, because one, it allowed us to get into the communities and conversations in organic ways by partnering with folks who already had the reach and communities out there, as well as also trying to figure out, well, what role does social actually play for us? That feels right to me from the audience perspective and where the opportunities are. But ultimately, I would say we're still very much learning around, is this primarily a way for us to introduce ourselves and people to come in here as the first touch point? Or can these things also be that plus acquisition drivers by the time people actually hear about us more? And so it's, you know, all of the kind of usual suspects of social platforms that we've been on. But I would also say, especially this past year, there have been a lot of disruptions in, right, whether you're a new brand or an old brand, in terms of the context in which people are seeing who you are and what you're selling, as well as the effectiveness of the paid channel. So, you know, we're just trying to roll with the punches and, you know, go with both the gut of what we know that our audience is one and where they are, as well as the metrics that we're seeing more real time to figure out what may have worked us for the first 12 months may not work the same way in the next 12 months and be able to continue to evolve.
I will say that normally you would think not having a store would be a disadvantage, not in the last year. And actually it's been, sure, nice not having the overhead, and also people aren't going to spend as much time in there. Obviously going forward, is the goal to always be direct to consumer, never kind of in stores?
That's the plan. And, you know, exactly as you said, Ryan, this past year, I mean, we're right now coming up on almost a year mark, right, in the United States of having sort of gone into the pandemic phase and shutting everything down, and a lot of the things that being impacted in the retail experience and consumer behavior. And, you know, when I look back at that in terms of how our business operated in that moment and where we are now, frankly, there was very little disruption, because from the beginning, our business has been structured in such a way as to allow both internally the business operations and the coordination to be as, you know, virtual and digital as possible, even when we did have a physical office here in Denver. But at the same time, the business model in itself was already there. And so our challenge previous to COVID and the pandemic and related things had been primarily around, we gotta, again, let people know that we exist. And frankly, again, in this industry, even though e-commerce sales had exploded even last year, going up 44% in the United States, the mentality and the behavior in the wireless service, and when people think about your phone service, buying this online and doing it is more of an early adopter behavior, I would say. So the behavior change that we were doing at the same time as building up this business got accelerated. So, you know, all in all, we've been ready for it, and we've been able to kind of take stock and keep going with the trend that's been here. And so we're excited about how to keep building on that. But what I will say also is, from a marketing standpoint, being all virtual and digital doesn't mean that we won't experiment with a lot of the different touch points that are out there. So I'll just bring up like one example. Kirsty on our team has recently done our first direct mail campaign, and people will say, why in the world are you doing direct mail as a digital business? But to me, this isn't necessarily about, because we're a digital business, our funnel is entirely digital and we will never touch things that are non-digital. But it's really about, even as traditional and old school as a medium, as a direct mail campaign can be, but what would you do to reinvent how you say what you say, what funnel you would actually create from a piece of mail to visible.com. And frankly, these days, yeah, like people do get some spam in the direct mail, but I would venture to say you might get more spam in your email inbox than your actual physical inbox. So we just wanted to see what happened. So it just literally went out a couple of weeks ago. I'm starting to hear from some friends who got it. But that's kind of an example of the kinds of things that we will continue to strive to uncover, do differently, even if it may not necessarily make sense logically, as why are you, as a direct to consumer digital only brand, experimenting in these types of channels?
Yeah, we should never sleep on direct mail. My mom still sends me those Best Buy coupons like monthly.
There you go.
So it works. So it's yeah, every single I even see potential stuff when things open back up. I'm sure there's going to be, experiential integrations, hopefully back in, if a South by Southwest comes back around, or a Coachella, you guys obviously are perfectly fit for those audiences. So, and I think there's going to be a lot of fun stuff you guys can do in the next few years.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Very cool. Well, I want to switch gears a bit. So you mentioned briefly a moment ago around kind of the work from home experience. And, this is the question we've asked for the last 8 months, 9 months of these series to all the CMOs and CEOs is, all right, Tom Hanks gets sick. A moment happens where the world knows that this is real. For the next, 2 to 4 weeks, are you just is it everyone all hands on deck? Is it basically you putting together like how to work remotely? Is everyone in Colorado? How are you basically controlling the ship from the very beginning?
Yeah. One of the traits that I see in our business, especially at all leadership levels, is back to kind of the rolling with the punches spirit of how we're building a new business from ground up. The worst thing that you can do in any situation is to be indecisive, like not make a decision and become paralyzed by the context and paralyzed by what is or isn't there. And so even kind of this moment that we were all experiencing a year ago, we did not have all the information. We did not necessarily know how it was going to be 3 months, 6 months, or a year down the road. But in the moment, with the information that we did have at the time, so March 11th, we just had to move, like, again, so that we can continue to make decisions down the road. Like, I think about ultimately kind of the roadmap of a startup as like choose your own adventure. The number one goal is to give yourselves the optionality to keep making choices. Some of them might be bad choices, and some of them you might fail, and some of them just might not go anywhere, but it's really important that you keep moving. So if you take that kind of a mentality into the decision of like working from home and having sent everybody home, that was absolutely the right thing to do, versus us saying, well, some of us, you have a choice, and maybe we'll see what happens. And it was hard, right? Especially for there are people on my team who are brimming inside their house with like 4 kids and 2 dogs and 2 adults, both of whom are working from home. And so I knew that it wasn't necessarily the easiest decision either to have made something like that of a call in the 24 hours. And then now we're packing up and we may never come back, or at least for like the year. But it was the team really rallied around kind of at least having a decision, and to be able to then figure out like, okay, so then what decisions do I need to make as an employee or a husband or a wife or a mother, and to be able to deal with some of the other things they were frankly, right, having to decide. Once we then started to work from home, that gave us then the opportunity to then think about, okay, well, it looks like it's gonna go on for a while. So do we wait again, or do we try to think about what opportunity does this crisis moment actually give us to get ahead of the waiting period? And so it was, again, from a leadership perspective, I would say, thinking more from the like, oh my God, all of these things are happening and I'm a victim of this situation, to what can we actually do in this moment to think about what the good things that we can make happen because of this opportunity. So some of the things that, you know, initially happened were things like being able to support folks with some of the childcare, you know, costs and things like that that happened. And now we're at a phase where we are, by the way, fully now remote, no matter what. Like, even after we all get vaccinated, we will no longer have like a dedicated desk space for everybody in the physical office. So that has allowed for people to be able to then hunker down in the meantime closer to their family or other places that they can work from. And as a business, we're now able to think a little bit more strategically about how do we support our employees with things that used to be maybe more of a perk, but is actually an essential part of how they're able to carve out the workspace in their lives. And, you know, just the last thing I'll say around this is, like, I think we all learned how many of the rules around workplaces were actually not that important. You know, like whether it's the specific hours that you had to sit at your desk or the kinds of meetings that were essential versus not, and hoping that some of those really drastic nature of how we've had to work and live and everything all at the same time in the same space, I hope that the best of the insights and the behavior will stick for us as Visible, but frankly, like everyone, as to, man, we really can work differently and be able to come out of this with the positive side of what happened and really take stock of the things that perhaps we didn't necessarily were forced to take a look at.
Well, it seems very, it's a great point. So I find it, so we have about 130 people in our company. It's not obviously as big as you guys, but it seems antithetical, but being virtual and seeing people's backgrounds and their dogs and their kids and their houses, I've actually been able to have more FaceTime with more people, as opposed to I walk through halls and you say hi to people, but everyone's in their business attire and their business mode. So have you made some kind of deeper relationships with some of the people that are in your company based off of virtual?
Yeah, I mean, it's it definitely put the responsibility back on all of us to make the effort where it counts and make that count, whether it is one-on-one conversations or a regular type of, like, let's not talk about work, but, you know, it's more of a team happy hour, like that kind of stuff. And I have seen a lot more vulnerabilities around organizations in moments where, again, like, we are dealing with like so many layers of life. And so it's really difficult to compartmentalize all of that and not bring that. So that there, I would say there was a bit more of that humanness of how we all show up at work. But it does take, I think, different kind of paying attention as colleagues and leaders of the business, because you can't necessarily always read people's cues, and maybe you would have a video off someday and whatever. But, you know, what I saw, at least, you know, anecdotally, is that the beginning of the pandemic phase, this hit the people who are living alone in small spaces hardest. Because in some ways work was kind of their outlet and be able to connect with other people. And for them, the physical space of kitchen and office and bedroom, like everything is all in one space. And so it was super hard on them from a mental health perspective. And then you started to get layered on the partners and caretakers in 2 to 3 months phases after that, where now it's like, oh my God, like I don't see an end in sight, and this is just going on and on. I've got kids and dogs and everybody hanging off of me, and I have to be like 5 different people at the same time in one person. So I don't think there's necessarily like we're not all moving at the same time, and we're not all moving through the same kinds of things, good or bad. So, I don't have the perfect or right answer around this, but I do think that just means that we as leaders of the companies also have to be that much more purposeful about how we show up and set the bar, like in emotion and everything, but also where and how we listen.
I love that. And you use the word purpose and purposeful. And it reminds me, so kind of segue into the next thing I want to talk about. So one of the kind of moments in my life that I was most proud of myself and the company is that we partnered with Rock the Vote. And while it was a mix, it's not obviously political in the sense that everyone should vote, but it's not political in nature. But the main tenets of it are equality, community, getting everybody a chance to put their voice out. I'd love to hear about you guys. I know you guys did some great stuff. I think $1 million grant for your social justice and equality. I mean, for those that are listening, I'd love to hear what you actually put into motion and what you've done with that so far.
Yeah, so I'll talk about something that is part of our company DNA, always on, and then sort of how we also built on top of that to decide to show up in specific moments throughout last year. So I mentioned the Visible Connect program a little bit earlier in our conversation, and that's our social good accelerator program. And the fun fact about our business is that we actually started the social good accelerator before we even had the first paying customer. So it was very important to the business in terms of, one, looking at the customer insights and how do we ultimately differentiate ourselves from, again, more than the dollars and cents and the deals perspective, and how much we saw that people cared about wanting to align their dollars with businesses whose values also are aligned with theirs. Mm-hmm. And so the purpose of Visible Connect is ultimately for us to be able to provide funding, but also time and resources and expertise to nonprofit entrepreneurs who are trying to solve some sort of issues or problems in their communities. So it ranges anything from food shortage in urban areas to survivors of domestic violence just coming out of relationships and having to restart their lives, to all sorts of education, like from K through to 12, and how do you support for them in virtual and digital resources. So it runs a gamut. And the reason that we didn't necessarily specifically focus on one social issue, for example, is we are ultimately a platform, just the way that our service works for people, right? It's the invisible product that fuels your visible phone. Mm-hmm. And so even in this program, we wanted to be the platform that fuels what people already know well themselves, these entrepreneurs. They know their communities, they know their constituents, they know the issues that they're trying to solve for. So instead of us trying to put our spin or point of view on that, our job is to amplify it. So even the kinds of organizations that we work with come in at very specific stages of their funding or development, and they have very specific challenges as newer nonprofits, so that we can figure out, is it money, is it expertise, what is it that they need to be able to ultimately get their businesses and therefore their impact in their communities to the next level. So that's kind of like Visible Connect. We're in year 3 and really excited to now actually roll this program out, all virtual also. But last year, just around the Black Lives Matter and the murder of George Floyd, and I think as a woman of color and an immigrant to this country too, look, for me, those moments are important. And then we did take a stance, like the donation that you mentioned, and on top of Visible Connect programs, like identifying organizations that have already been doing this work, like Reform Alliance, and, providing support for them in that moment. It was important for us to say something and show up with the commitment. But what I think about a lot more is the everyday behavior and commitment. So you may not necessarily go out and talk about this all the time, nor should you. Like, there are moments in which the amplification of the message and the platform is important, but also, frankly, as a relatively new business, we don't have the biggest microphone or the megaphone. So what is it that we can do, similar to the way in which we went to market with the social good program first and then started to sell something? I'd like to think about this as what is it that we can do more at the everyday commitment that we can make to each other as employees and colleagues of this business, but also to our members and so forth, to be able to make that build up over time and that effort be sticky and lasting and resilient. Because even taking social justice and race issue as one, like it's a lived experience for people every single day. It's not the kind of thing that can just go away by companies taking a big stance one time and moving on.
Mm-hmm. Wait, the ethos of a company is not only obviously for the external piece, but your biggest advocates are your employees. If they are outwardly telling their family and their friends, this place speaks to me, I believe in it, you should use my service, the service, help support me. I mean, that in itself, so you guys are obviously, and we've seen it ourselves. I mean, when we pick out things that are across the board, it either speaks to certain groups or it's just across for the sake of like rock the vote for just people having a chance to vote. The everyday kind of mundane tasks kind of become part of this larger narrative of like, but you're helping something larger. You're helping, like you guys have that $1 million plus grant, but you guys are doing this every day. This is causing a ripple effect. So kudos to you.
Thank you. And, I'm hoping also that the everyday nature of our product and service is also another way that we can continue to help people. And that's a key part of how my team and I think about the marketing strategy of Visible, which is that I think previously the choices between the things that were perhaps lower price versus higher price in this category were distinctly marketed. Like it divides people into those who have money and people who don't, and therefore you can afford to have these things or not, and the quality of experience goes up and down depending on the value of what you're paying for. Whereas our member base, there are people who can like outright buy $1,000 latest phones, but they still choose to bring that phone over here because they see the value of kind of what they're paying for and this is what they need. As well as folks who are really worried about paying for this bill versus something else another month. But I'm hoping that the way in which we can appeal to this spectrum of members and consumers not feel ever like we're talking down to people. Like people shouldn't be reminded of the reasons of why you may have to make different choices socioeconomically, but our role again is to offer the best possible options so that they don't have to worry about at least this part of it and be able to do other things that can make their lives better.
I love that. And actually it's a good segue into the party pay. So one of your guys, the product you guys do for referrals, I've heard for years, like your family plan, but it's not, from what I can tell from you guys, it's really about, go to your friends, go outside of your network. And every time you do so, you get the monthly billing. Is it low as $25?
Yeah, so let me explain that a little bit. So yeah. We are one plan business. We only have like a single line that you sign up for. So let's say Ryan have signed up for Visible and you start at a $40 price. What's beautiful about the $40 price, and I have never like geeked out so much on a price point and a pricing strategy, but our team worked so hard months leading up to the launch to make that price literally 40 for every single person with taxes and fees included. And as you know, like in every single state, the tax laws are different. So we had to go do the hard work to make sure that it is consistently $40 down lower. But secondarily, we talked to a whole lot of folks who were not family and they were utilizing the traditional family plan construct to ultimately hack their way to savings, which is super smart. But it was just so like funny and touching and hilarious like all at once, because we talked to people who used to date each other and they don't want to do anything to do with each other anymore except for their phone bill because it's cheaper, so you Venmo money. Or like even in like in-law dynamic, like got divorced, but I'm still on my in-laws phone plan. So it just took a lot of different relationship circuses for people to figure this out. But when, right before, again, COVID, like when we looked at the insights, like we were getting into cars with strangers to save money, right? Getting into Ubers and Lyfts. So people's willingness to partake in the sharing economy and therefore how you find value in this was prevalent. So we decided, you know what, let's give people the ability to save more money by being on our plan. But let's listen to them and appeal specifically people who don't necessarily are, related and who want to utilize this in a different way. So our party plan allows you to, so Minjae and Ryan are on Visible single lines. We link our accounts. We do not share our unlimited data. We do not share any account information, and still be able to then bring our bill down by $5. So now we're paying from 40 to 35, and then we join other people here. So up to 4 people in the party, it goes down to $25 a month.
That's great.
So the third version of this that we just recently launched 2 weeks ago with this new creative is we first unlimited the cap on the party size. So that's just kind of trying to see what's the social behavior around parties, because on Facebook and Reddit right now, we have like groups of 30,000 people who are Visible members sharing tips and tricks. And sometimes they even come to like our defense first if we don't get something right. And a lot of community conversation and advocacy happening. So we wanted to tap into that behavior and mentality and be able to offer people maybe a different way to connect with each other. So, we have like right now parties that are dozens and more that are like 50 and up around, because you can name your party too. Like we can have an influential party, we can have a Colorado party. Yes, so it's kind of tapping into that behavior around, oh, not only do I get to save money, but now actually maybe join this thing, and then we become more of an affinity group. So that's the latest iteration of Party Pay. And on top of that, we've also rolled out the referrals program, which is what you just saw in the gamer creative. So once you're a member, you can refer somebody. And so Ryan's going to now bring in Chris. And every person that you bring in for the Chris credit, your bill the next month goes down to $5. So you could essentially like bring in 12 people, right, for the month. And then your annual phone bill becomes $60.
Well, that's very compelling. And I first off, I'm sold. Influential is now going to be on the Visible plan, so it's perfect. But I'd be remiss if I don't bring up in about 6 minutes left. 5G. Everyone for the last year and a half, 2 years, but so 5G specifically, and also you guys launched, which I hear is, from what I understand, it's pretty massive news. The eSIM support, the fact that you can do a virtual, essentially eSIM card or e-card. Please tell the people about why this is a game changer and why this should hopefully make this party as big as possible.
Yeah. So 5G, I think there's a lot of messages out there, and I'm certainly not the foremost expert in this. So I'm going to say a little bit about that and then talk more about the eSIM part of it. 5G is the next generation of the experience that carriers can offer. So us being a part of the Verizon ecosystem, and the benefit of that to you as a consumer is that now we can also offer that experience to you with our plan all included. So it's been really exciting to see, especially a lot of our early adopter members who've been with us from the very beginning and always on the hunt for what's next, to start to experience that in some of the latest generation phones on iOS and Android ecosystem, to really see what this means to them. So we're excited to continue to expand the portfolio of phones that are compatible with 5G powered by Verizon, and be able to see what people are going to be ultimately seeing as the benefit for them. For eSIM, that's kind of the, I think, hidden gem of the latest innovation in wireless. So to kind of explain it the way that our engineers explain it to me is it's right now, if you buy a phone and you sign up for a new phone service, you either have to do one of two things. The phone itself comes with the little SIM card inside your phone that again enables your connection to the network and be able to make phone calls and all that good stuff. In our case, for Visible, when you order and start a service with us, whether you're bringing your own phone or you're getting a new phone, we give you a Visible specific SIM card so that you can start your experience by being connected to our network using that SIM card piece. So our SIM card And the next day shipping, all of that has brought us one step closer to how consumers can, from their own house, activate and start using the phone service instead of going into stores, right? eSIM is like the next version of it. So the phones that are now compatible with eSIM, and in some cases dual SIMs, dual SIM means you can use a physical SIM as well as the eSIM experience. So you don't even need that physical SIM card shipped from us to you, but from your phone, you can actually connect to the network and switch phone services in like less than 15 minutes. And the equivalent of how I think about this experience is a lot of the OTT and like smart TV experience these days, right? Because with more of the traditional cable services, you would have to make an appointment and you wait for somebody to come to your house in a specific window, hopefully the window that they said they would come. And then they have to do some physical things to connect your service, your TV, to the cable service. And so there's a bit of a waiting period, and there's a bit more of the work that needs to be done that you as a consumer cannot necessarily do yourself. Whereas YouTube TV, which is one of the last products that I worked at in my previous job, with the connection of YouTube TV app on a smart TV, you can actually like realize, oh my God, like I have to watch that game tonight and I don't have that channel. Turn it on, activate, and you can start watching it right away. So in my mind, the eSIM experience can very much be what is already happening in the cable industry, and the direct connection and the interruption of the middle process for consumers to be able to ultimately get what they need instantly and seamlessly.
I love that. And getting that message out is actually, we have about 2 minutes left, so I think it's probably the last question. You coming from YouTube, you want to get this message out to people. Again, I'm obviously a vested interest in this. Influencers are obviously top of everybody's tongue. You guys partner with Amanda Kloots and Matt King. Why them, and how does that fit into your strategy of getting like the eSIM and 5G messaging out?
Yeah, so when you look at the kind of traditional landscape of how telco industry have utilized other people to ultimately tell more people about your thing, it's largely been in the tech reviewer type of space, with many of whom we have relationships also, and they're an incredibly important part of our ecosystem. And what we wanted to accomplish by, partnering with Amanda and Matt, and we have a long kind of list of influencers that we partner with by channels like the platforms, as well as by their communities of passion. And the reason that we decided to do that, and that's been actually the beginning of our very foundational strategy when we first launched as an invite-only service, is there's nothing like being able to earn your right, especially as a new brand, to be able to talk to people who don't already know about you and be able to tap into their conversations in ways that are organic. So whether, again, if it's Amanda or Matt, and that we actually have some exciting other partnerships coming down the road, Laverne Cox, Scottie Pippen, etc. And the way in which, first of all, we wanted to show up was, okay, again, our name is visible, our product is invisible. So how many different ways can we actually show up that is visually creative, compelling? And so that allowed us to tap into arts and crafts communities, to food blogs, and just many, many, many different ways in which we visible showed up as Rice Krispie treats or the Arts and Crafts Project. And that gave us, again, the permission to be seen and talked about in ways that were not just one-dimensional, but in many different ways, and therefore reaching our objective of expand the reach and the audience that you're able to talk to. And then the second part is that ongoing engagement. So there's some influencers that we have worked with in the past who on their own reposted some of the stuff that we created with them, because one of the key lessons that I've learned as a marketer at YouTube is that there's no one who does this better than them, right? Like, they know their platform, they know their audience, they know what they're passionate about and how this works. So our approach as a brand when we work with any influencers, frankly, is be really specific and clear about the few things that are non-negotiables of our business, which are, this is who we are, this is what we sell, and this is how it works. The rest of it is up to them. Like, if it's a video, if it's a photo, how many times, or how it shows up, what color, doesn't matter. They know how to do that best. So the creative brief is do what you do best and help us, continue to earn our right to be part of your community.
Well, sage advice, and I'm very excited to see the Scottie Pippen creative. I'm a huge Bulls fan, so you guys got that another great segment for us to check out next time. Well, thanks, Min-Jae. It's a pleasure. We'll be in touch, and thanks again for sharing your wisdom with the team here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Min-Jae. Very, very innovative company with very innovative ideas. Kudos to you guys. So the next session we are about to jump into, we are going to keep Ryan on stage, keep him working, and we're going to invite our good friend Amanda Grant, the VP Managing Partner, Global Head of Social from Group M. Welcome, Amanda.
Hi, sorry about that.
No problem. Hey.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for joining. First off, Min-Jae, I love talking to because obviously you're the head of social. The things that she was talking about, which is like, how do you basically find those different segments of people? Talk about the different products. Any thoughts from what you just heard? I don't know if you heard any part of that at the end.
I mean, it's kind of the bread and butter of what we're always doing, identifying, and it's certainly through paid social. That's one of the best ways that we've been able to identify specific niche segments. So it's a part of our practice. I think when we go into the right types of people and what platforms we might select for them, we're getting even better at understanding more around the demographics that make up, especially some of the new and emerging platforms that are here, because that's also very exciting for advertisers to think about the next generation that they start to target and involve in media planning.
That's right. Well, I'd be remiss to not say congrats on your promotion.
Thank you.
You're the head of global social for Group M. Now, for those that aren't aware, you were actually over in APAC for, I don't know, was it 2 years or how long you were overseas for a minute, and you are now back in the US for a little bit. Tell us how that came about, and are you excited to be back home?
Yeah, I mean, it was such a privilege to be able to be based out of Singapore, running our paid social division for APAC. And Singapore is a fantastic place. It's situated geographically. In terms of travel, there's so many places, beautiful destinations that you can get to within, less than 3 hours. Singapore as a country is incredibly digitally forward, and it was interesting to be in Singapore at the beginning of 2020 when everything started to happen around COVID, seeing how that country actually had a lot of protocols already in place to be able to manage the epidemic. I feel, again, very privileged to have been there when this all happened. It gave me a little bit of a different perspective about globally how everyone is managing. And certainly they're in a pretty good situation now. So now that I'm back in New York, and definitely a different situation here. We're open but not open. Hopefully that's going to change soon. So I'm happy to be back. It's understanding how COVID was going to be the long tail and not something that was going to be gone in a couple of months. It made a lot of sense to come back here where I already had a place. So here and now in a global capacity and working interesting hours because of that. But it was great to be actually in location while managing the region and being able to travel and meet all of our great teams across APAC.
Well, a bit of a sidestep because I have to ask. Because I guess the American American version of Singapore is that it's the cleanest city in the world. It's all technology. They're very strict about no gum on the sidewalks, etc. Was it literally? Is it the future? Is it what you is it somewhat utopian in terms of like the way that the cities are structured? And is that something that you would think that hopefully people can emulate in the future?
I mean, it is a very clean, digital forward city state. So I do see more and more economies and countries like this being the way of the future, where I think democracies like the US, we're going through our own challenges right now. And Singapore is a really unique place in the world in terms of their politics and where they're situated from a global business perspective. They certainly have things together when it comes to digital. So there's a lot of paperwork still involved with the way that we process things in the US, and everything is just digital in Singapore. So it definitely means that things happen quite quickly and more efficiently.
Well, that's a good segue into obviously the thing that we care about a lot, especially influential, but certainly you as well. Influencers, and I ask, is it? I think they call them KOLs, the key opinion leaders, like in the APAC area. Were you working with influencers in Singapore in that area? Is that something that you guys was it as big in the marketing mix or bigger than it is in the US?
I think it depends on how you segment APAC. So it's obviously a huge region and various diversity in cultures and countries. In China, KOL is how we talk about social media. It's, if we talk about how you might incorporate influencer into plans in Western markets or the US or the UK, it's a part of a plan versus it really being the narrative and focal point for activation in China around social, how you actually make them the forefront of your executions. And certainly KOLs are also important in other regions in Southeast Asia, especially if you're looking at the influencer culture in Japan. But everyone's got a different way that incorporates into the narrative of the language. I would just say that China really is kind of making a lot of strides in terms of KOL. They have probably a longer history of how that's been incorporated into planning for years now.
Sure. So whether it's US or global, up to you. In this post-COVID world, how do you see influencers? Do you see them, is it as consumption examples of how to use the products, or is it more to be, a forward face? Like, I guess when you think about it from like a top-down perspective, where are influencers going to play?
I see influencers playing in the full funnel. So I know that you and I have been talking about influencers for some years now, and certainly I could look back on the last 10 years of influencer evolution, and perhaps influencers at some point were playing some type of mid-funnel purpose and driving sentiment or likes, shares, and comments. But for some time now, as we've shifted our paid media strategies to focus on what we call meaningful metrics, so KPIs that drive ROI and business goals for our clients, we've also looked to align the influencer strategy and what we expect from influencer activation to come from those types of metrics as well. What we see more and more is how influencers play very choicefully in the full funnel, just depending upon the client brief. But I think what has been definitely a change or a shift in the last 18 months, which is impacted, of course, by COVID behaviors and also platforms of scale that are creator-based, has given a new light, a new breath to thinking about influencer and how it exists in a plan. I'd be remiss to not mention, TikTok and really their core base and foundation being creator-led, and how that group has really led to the scale and popularity of the platform, how popular and successful that platform has been because of the creator community. And then also COVID behaviors, where we see more and more people spending time making purchase decisions online and being more and more comfortable with that, even as markets begin to recover from COVID impact. Once those two things have kind of come to the same place, influencers play an incredible role in connecting to lower funnel metrics for our clients. Everyone's talking about social commerce, e-com, and for important reasons, because we see consumer behavior shifting to that. The desire for that is increasing. So working with platforms to be able to offer those types of e-commerce solutions is the priority, but also how influencers can become a conduit to that for our clients, that they can be the ones who are serving that type of message to add to cart, versus some of the more antiquated approaches to influencers from years and years ago. It was more around sharing a message, which is still a part of the journey, but now it's full funnel.
Yeah, we've had many discussion about this kind of evolution of the space, and we're obviously very excited to see where it's going. And 2013, 2014, when I was going out to different agencies and brands, trying to get like $10,000 like almost PR budgets, because it was only thought of as who has the biggest follower base, or give a celebrity a product to hold up and hail. It really is not. I think this is your domain now. Basically, influencers became part. The reason why it's an $8 to $10 billion TAM, total addressable market, is it's paid is interwoven the entire time. And there may be a few campaigns will go live where there's no paid kind of support, but almost every time it's truly integrated. And I mean, things we talked about in the past, like the likeness and content of an influencer, of a content creator, mixed with those target audiences, that's where we see the attention metrics. So whether it's the middle funnel, like video completion, sound on, down to what you're talking about, the e-commerce. We back in the pre-COVID days, even now, we'll drive foot traffic into locations or sales in store, and yeah, that all came. It's because of the paid integration, which you lead across Group M. So thank you for blazing the trail.
Happy to. Yeah, I think what's really interesting is we see the evolution of social product. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of changes happening on the platforms, live events, and how influencers or KOLs or creators are now becoming a part of a live event experience where they can sell product, feature product, virtual storefronting. That's really I think the vision of where influencers and creators can go with a brand integration. And of course, there's always going to be opportunities to approach things organically. There'll be opportunities for influencers to be a part of shifting sentiment, but the ability to work with influencers that have authenticity behind them, because obviously that's a huge proof point for Gen Z, which is now becoming more and more a part of our brand narrative or client narrative. Who are we targeting? It's been young millennials and older millennials for years, and now we see this huge shift to this very influential and very large demographic that has different types of needs from advertisers and from product that they want to purchase. So influencer fits really nicely into that story as well.
I think it's a great segue into brand safety, and this is actually kind of I don't know if it's a thing you thought about in the past. For brands, brand safety is number one. Like they need to make sure that there's not going to be any sort of image or video that is unflattering or an issue. Profanity, all the things you expect. Even people that have like DUIs or felonies, all that stuff is now base level for campaigns. The consumers that are, let's say they're 13 to 18 or 18 or even 18 to 25, if they are more desensitized towards like profanity or certain things, I guess is there ever going to be a world where there's going to be certain consumers that actually don't care as much about brand safety, and therefore the brand shouldn't? Because 99 times out of 100, unless it's entertainment properties for us, it's always about brand safety. So I'd love to hear your kind of POV on that, and also just in general, the brand safety stuff you guys have been doing.
I mean, it's an interesting point. I think at the end of the day, the client really has to make a decision around where they see their brand evolving, and does that brand evolve with generational shifts around certain types of tonality or language. And that's going to be very client specific. I think we're going to have a set of advertisers that are going to continue to retain their brand equity that they've had for years, and choose to go in environments where they can continue that message and have it be a suitable message. Then there's going to be a good subset of advertisers that are prepared to evolve, because their actual buying base is that younger audience that's looking for that shift and change. And you want to be able to connect with them in a message that resonates. So end of day, really, it's going to be based upon how the client feels about their brand positioning and what the 5-year plan looks like, what they're ready to do today, what they're ready to test and learn. In terms of brand safety, Group M obviously is well known for being, forefront in brand safety evolution and driving innovation and getting things done. We're a co-founder with GARM, and the focus really in the last 3 to 4 years has been a lot around the concepts of transparency, third-party verification. Those continue to be incredibly important points, and we continue to work with platforms on their various types of inventory to be really specific around where these offerings can be applied to, because that means we have more and more safe inventory that we can offer to clients or incorporate into media plans. Mm-hmm. The way forward when we talk about social media and brand safety it's evolved a bit to think about the user experience as well, not just the advertiser experience. So adjacencies in the newsfeed for advertisers is incredibly important, since there's a lot of engagement, a lot of momentum around products being developed in feed. But the user experience in terms of how safe their experience is and how that inherently may make a platform less brand safe for an advertiser is now something that we're pushing more and more platforms on. And also users having the tools to be able to understand what their protections are on a specific platform. That's really the forefront of what we're doing in brand safety. And misinformation is something that factors into that quite specifically. I think we've all been a part of 2020 and know how that went. But when we move forward, we're not just talking about the advertiser experience. But when we're talking about a platform and is that a brand safe space for our clients, how are the users protected on the platform, and how can we make sure that the content that they get, the way that they're treated by other users, falls within a policy that's going to be enacted by the platform?
Well, so I love this kind of, it's two parts of the same whole. So on the platform side, and I forget TikTok integrated with like Open Slate in the last 6 months or so, whatever it is. There's like the paid media portion where are they being served around things like there's obviously all this negative, whether it's racial or political stuff that you want to basically not be a part of in the feed. So that's the paid piece. And then also on the creator side, someone might have had a gram or a tweet from 2015 that maybe is no longer viable or got missed back in the day. So what we do for a lot of our clients is we look at the entire timeline scan of their entire history on social. And if they have unfortunately done something bad, at least you're aware of it. So you can make a decision whether or not they're a good fit. So are you guys looking at it kind of in separate silos of like paid versus like hiring celebs or creators and talent, or is it kind of all part of the same thing?
Well, I think we probably look at influence similar to how you look at it, where there's tiers of influence, and you may fit more in the A-list or celebrity realm, and that's almost more like a talent approach. But then we get into micro and niche influencers, we get into digital forward influencers, and suitability for an influencer standpoint, how you vet does tend to get a more specific to the client's level of risk. And are they low, medium, or high? I think typically clients that have a very low risk tolerance may not choose to work with a large amount of influencers, but maybe more choicefully approach certain influencers that they've had the time to vet and feel really aligned on the brief and mission forward. Whereas other clients that have a medium to high risk tolerance may be more open to working with a lot of different influencers that are coming from different platforms or evolving platforms, and have a little more opportunity to be a part of how they position a message, to be more interwoven with the authenticity that the influencer does bring to the table versus it just being a push message. So it's we talk about influencer being full funnel. At the same time, there's also a funnel of influencers, and why you would work with a certain type of segment of influencers has a lot to do with what the brief desires and the client's level of risk.
So let's talk about, so you have that brand safety piece. Now figure out what is that's almost like that's like the delivery of media. That's the influencer's background and safety piece. Now there's the content they create. Normally it's brand safe if it's branded content, but what kind of considerations are you guys thinking about kind of post-pandemic in this transition? Kind of what do you like, what is the narrative to your different teams around how they should approach content now?
So when it comes to, I think, content and influencers, where there's advertisers that are going to want more control and less control, certainly we recognize the value of a creator being able to have their unique voice involved. And in situations where there are clients that have restrictions on creative adaptation, it may not be the right place for them to play. I think suitability is incredibly important when we talk about content, because it's not always an influencer usually has a platform or two that is really their loyalty, where they started their influencer experience and they have the largest base, and other platforms may be a part of their distribution plan, but they may be well known for being a YouTube star or an Instagram influencer or a TikTok creator. So interchangeably, content moving between those three platforms may not always make sense. And you may want to have a very different type of message if you're on TikTok versus a message that you would have on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat. So I think it also applies to, once you've identified the level of risk or what the client is willing to work with influencers and creators on so that it is more authentic, is also the platforms of consideration, because advertisers have to think about what happens in context of a platform and a message going out, what controls they have, what measurement they will see, what they will understand about what happens to a message once it goes out there, because we're still dealing with UGC-based environments, which is the good and the bad of social, and looking to understand when you are in a new environment where you as a brand may not have your own presence, and influencers are a fantastic way to incorporate a brand message onto a platform where they may not actually have a presence yet, is also understanding how the platform works and being able to understand that the message may continue to roll and evolve, and what is the level of reporting and measurement that you need to have to feel comfortable with moving forward with that.
Well, we talked previously about this. I think it's the mantra of 2021 is be adaptive. It's the optionality. So talk about whether it's content or anything else you guys are doing now, how adaptation has allowed for you guys to thrive during very difficult times.
I think foundationally we've learned to be adaptive, not just in the last year, but we've needed to kind of move away from the idea of once a year planning. We have to be thinking about real-time shifts based on performance. We're planning all the time now. Certainly there's some type of cycles and seasonality that makes sense for certain advertisers, but the entire year is optimizing and rethinking our strategies, and we have to do that as adaptive advertisers. The second piece really to respond to things that are happening in the industry is working with platforms to create bespoke and custom activation options for our clients. So WPP and TikTok have a partnership where we've actually thought about not just approaching the platform from an ads perspective, but how can we create connections for advertisers to build bridges to the entire ecosystem of a platform. So how can you tap in from a commerce perspective, from a creator's perspective, catalog integrations, API connections, all of that, as opposed to maybe approaches of the past, which are thinking about how we approach in media holistically, what value offer can we give to clients by having these types of partnerships with clients. And, this is a pretty big partnership for us, especially with the platform as new as TikTok, but as popular and globally scalable as TikTok. And it just goes to show that there's still a place in social media for new platforms to come up and be able to come to the table with companies and advertisers and provide more portfolio diversification and options around social.
Well, congrats on the partnership. They made the headlines for a few weeks. That was amazing. I always say that the biggest winner of 2020 in terms of the platforms, technically it's TikTok by company, but really it's the ad unit. It's the short form video. Whether there's Reels popped up, Triller exists, even YouTube has a new product coming out, Snapchat, Spotlight. Really, that is the most engaging, 5, 10, 30 second kind of spot or kind of vertical unit maybe in history. And I think that I think there's actually a stat. I have to find out what the sourcing for it was, but 54% of all that is shared on social now is short form video. Just it's most attention grabbing metric. So when you think of that, I mean, are you almost starting to phase out all things static, or is static obviously in the social realm? Is it more video and motion? Is that an important piece for you guys?
I think everyone wants to talk about video. I wouldn't want to say forget about static. We see often that still imagery still plays quite significantly in lower funnel when it comes to conversion, when it comes to product scroll and selection. But when we talk about where people are spending their time, certainly video continues to increase year over year. The offerings that are coming from all of our platforms and being able to keep up with it, which is the really fun and interesting aspect of my job, is how the stories formats have evolved, how every platform's taking their own spin on it, how we're looking to now incorporate the video experience into a more AR-driven experience. There's a lot of evolution around video. The older narrative of, short form versus long form, I think there's still great places for both to play, but certainly in terms of trends, we're seeing more opportunities for inventory to be served in environments where there is a short and snackable piece of content. And all the platforms that we just, mentioned, we're talking about Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat, all of these provide really great options to be able to deliver an impactful brand message, but also within a very short amount of time, which means you have to rethink your strategies of bringing branding to the front. All of the video best practices still apply. The ability to have more options now to cascade those types of vertical formats is just increasing with more evolution around social platforms.
The most important question of the day: do you have a personal TikTok? Do you actually have you danced on TikTok before?
I have not danced. I do have a TikTok, but I'm more of more of a scroller, a searcher. I'm not really publishing content myself. I created a TikTok once to illustrate to my teams what a TikTok was. And it was about working from home, and it's awful, but TikTok has a really great platform to create, which I think is really what is driving younger audiences now, is going to platforms that have the best creator tools, whether they identify as a creator or not. Having that technology is an incredible benefit for sure.
I literally went. We work with ByteDance, Musical.ly and ByteDance for years, but I wasn't really on it. I was too busy doing other stuff. And I went there initially. I'll just understand the community as of like 2019 and 2020, and I at least once a week get one of those like scrolling warnings, like you've been on for over an hour. Do you want to keep going? So they got me. I'm in the doom scroll. So no, it is a very addictive and great platform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I found interesting is the types of content I got when I was based out of Singapore, the types of creator content, and then being stateside again. Certainly, there's been more time for markets in APAC and consumers in APAC to gravitate to the platform, but really excellent creator content coming out of the region there as well.
That was great. Well, I want to get nerdy for a moment, if you'll indulge me. So we talk about measurement, and we talked about the e-com, the offline piece. What is your POV? If it's all right if it's not fully formed, everyone's kind of waiting and seeing on the IDFA. So the fear that there's going to be some, whether it's a shrinking of the pool of people opting in, or just kind of is that I imagine it's top of mind, but is there any sort of thoughts or any sort of kind of things you're seeing and tracking and waiting for kind of moments in the next few months?
Yeah, we've been preparing for the impact of iOS 14 for some time now, the cookieless world discussion. So, conceptually, there's been a lot of conversation and direction around how clients can and should prepare. But I believe certainly in the last 2 months, there's been very specific and prescriptive guidance from platforms around how the impact now is coming to their platforms and the types of changes that we need to make. So it's more real now, and we seem to have a really short amount of time to figure a lot out. We have been working with platforms directly to make sure that we have well thought out Q&As. We've gone into all of the playbooks. We've tried to hack problems and find solutions to them. So we're prepared, and we've been preparing advertisers, because I think what is happening more now than ever is how clients need to be more a part of some of the decision making, because operationally we have to change things to account for data signals that platforms now have to decrease, or their perception of the guidance from Apple is that they need to limit certain types of data passes based upon what users do or don't want to be tracked on. We do expect there to be changes, not in the audiences that are there, but certainly the audiences that we're reporting on. So right now we have a lot of conceptual task forces in play right now that are doing some pre-testing around the things that haven't been enforced yet, but we have the ability to test because the opportunity is there to test. And putting those together for clients based upon industry, based upon brief, it's a lot of work. I could not undersell that, but I feel like we're as prepared as we can be, and have been preparing for some time for it. But if you're an advertiser and all of this sounds quite new to you, I would definitely encourage getting up to speed on it. April's coming around the corner, if indeed April is the time. And it's going to seismically shift a lot of the ways that the operational side of things happened, as well as measurement and attribution.
Well, it's all about, from a consumer side, the consent and anonymization of your data. You're opting into something, you're giving the rights to do so to get a better experience from a platform or from your advertisers. Our POV, so aligned with what you're saying, I think the universe will inherently shrink to some degree. The percentage will shrink from 300 million IDs to maybe 200, whatever that is. It might affect who you can target. And then obviously the measurement piece, even beyond just like those that opt in or opt out, like even the attribution windows are shrinking from the platforms from iOS. So I think you said it. That's all what we're seeing. My belief is that there's going to be a few things. One, there will be, I think people will opt in eventually through other means throughout the course of that time. I think there's going to be a kind of a big opportunity for those that are agencies or brands or technology platforms. that can innovate ways to, while staying completely consented and anonymized, CCPA compliant, have other identifiers. So identifying like mobile advertiser IDs or MAIDs, as they call them. And I'm pretty sure the choir, you know this. But for those that are listening, like, there's, people have PII, and that's stuff that we can't touch, emails, phone numbers, names, et cetera, addresses. But people like AliveRamp, and there's, Oracle's, a dozen different bridges of data. And they have all been collecting this and essentially compiling it so that when an advertiser does want to hit someone based on purchase-based data or foot traffic data or behaviors they've had in the real world, that will still be available. It'll just be potentially a slightly smaller pool initially, maybe larger if it goes a certain way. And I think that people will have to figure out, no longer is it going to be based on those companies that just simply kind of in the background are monitoring you. People are going to have to opt in. You have to make a valid apps, both platforms as well as services. You're going to have to give a compelling reason for someone to say, yes, use my data for something. So I think it's for the best and needs to happen. But yeah, I think for the next few months, we'll see who's actually ready for it.
Yeah, and inherently users having more choice around how they're being tracked and what data advertisers or platforms can have around them is a good thing. The challenge is obviously how do we shift from where we are now to where we will be once users begin to have the option to turn that off with a click. So attribution and modeling as a part of how we reach the people that we want to reach will become more and more a part of the narrative because of that. Certainly, I think the point to stress is that, people aren't disappearing. It's really just what we're getting measurement of. So that's where attribution and modeling does become that much more important. When we think about also platforms of approaches to this has been more focused on conversion APIs. So clients will have to decide how they feel about that as well, and how many conversion APIs they're willing to set up for each platform that they activate on. So that's going to come a lot into what investment strategies look like. But we do see this new world where we need to be closer than ever now, where there may have been some bespoke or siloed activation teams really close and connected to measurement and analytics, ad ops integration, and the client in some instances at the center of that to help make choices for universal decisions that impact everybody is the short-term future. And we'll certainly get much better once we see what happens when everything is in actual practice. I think right now there's been a really good hypothesis around what we can expect and what we can prepare for. But a lot of it will just be based upon the client's specific brief, and impact is unique. It's not broadly across the board the same level. So that also has to be considered. And that's what we're doing for clients now is putting together what that looks like, their specific impact based upon their organizational structure.
For those listening, so this is a masterclass and what you have to look forward to in the next few months. And again, we could talk shop all day on this. I have to, because we have about 6 minutes left. I've gotten 3 questions. I've got a bunch of questions here on Clubhouse. Are you on it? And then also, what do you think about Clubhouse as part of the new mix of platforms that have popped up in the last 6 months?
I am on it. I probably need to spend more time on it to get comfortable. Right now, it's so new. It feels like I'm sneaking into a room and listening to something I shouldn't be. That's been my experience, but I can appreciate how they've become so popular, and certainly what Twitter is doing around the same type of concepts. Other platforms are recognizing the audio only ephemeral content to be something of interest. Perhaps COVID contributed to that. We have more and more opportunities to find entertainment in digital formats. And not everyone wants to be, on Zoom all day. So maybe there's a lot of things that contributed to this, but advertisers are super interested. I'm definitely bullish on how this medium is going to become ever more popular. The thing that's really on the table right now is understanding how do we provide brand suitability in these types of environments where right now I think there's a reliance upon moderators of specific rooms to be the ones who are voicing concern and enforcing policy. And certainly we would want platforms in general to be the ones responsible for that, where there's going to be some type of advertiser opportunity. So how do you begin to provide brand safe options in environments like that where you don't know what someone's going to say? Live streaming is another example of how do you integrate an ad in a safe and contextual environment when we don't really have a script. So interesting, encouraging, and certainly working with the platforms to understand what their roadmap is to be able to provide those types of brand safety solutions.
Yeah, it's a brave new world. The future of live, future of audio requires, in the moment and a certain level of trust. But yeah, if the platforms or someone can't police it, you have to trust whoever's doing it really, really a lot. Otherwise, and contractually make sure they don't mess up. Otherwise, they're going to probably mess up. I have another one here. So whether it's Clubhouse or really any platform now, it says, being that you live and breathe social every day, do you have any favorite influencers that are you would deem a must follow? Who do you consume on your feeds?
I mean, I follow a lot of meme accounts.
Amazing, of course.
I'm obsessed with memes. That's really my, everyone goes to social media from a personal perspective in their own way. And for me, it's after a long day, I just read meme content all day. And there's so many of them. A lot of it is out of Instagram, but a lot of my focus when I think about why social media is of interest to me is, the irony that comes through a meme just getting the right words, but in a visual format.
Well, I mean, all of my friends, I think most communities or friend groups, we have like the one person that is just sending every single hilarious meme from all the best ones. So maybe you're one of those people. But no, that's like, that is the dessert after a long day. Like I might go on Twitter to see all the banter and stuff, but it's the memes that are happening on Instagram. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's from an advertiser perspective, having to be on all the platforms and really being a part of the viewing experience as a consumer so that you do understand when products come to either you catch a test that's happening and you can go and ask about that, or you're just being able to consume and understand the value prop that the platforms are bringing to advertisers. But when it comes to, personal, I think I've just stopped using words now. I just send memes.
We're the GIF generation. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, so I have 2 minutes left. So probably the last question. It's pretty heady. It's good. What can heritage brands learn from newer digital-first brands when it comes to basically marketing to Gen Z?
So if I understand the question, certainly when we've worked with heritage brands in the past, creative is incredibly important. Brand messaging, the words that can be used. So it tends to be a space where there's less flexibility for influencers to become a part of the story. And they're more over just pushing a message, which means it's a different type of influencer campaign. And it's going to have different types of outcomes. It's incredibly important for brands that have long legacies to continue to benefit and bank on that. But also where you're dealing with younger generations where that point may not be as important to them, there are aspects of heritage that I think you need to break apart and say, what's really important to this group about my brand that is long-standing, but also speaks to the generation. And I don't think it means you have to abandon all principles. I just think that when we talk about audience segmentation, the tried and true message is going to work for certain generations where you have a longer standing relationship with. And then when you're dealing with younger generations that are kind of telling you exactly what they want, it's good to listen to them and adapt as much as you can without, losing the brand integrity that is so important.
Well, as always, Amanda, thank you so much for making time. And I think we have a lot of people here going to have a lot of, I see so many questions that I never got to. So I'm sure I'll pass you on some more of the questions and post them afterwards. So thanks so much for spending time today.
Certainly. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thanks so much, Amanda. Thanks, Ryan. Well, we have another really exciting panel coming up right now. It's our good friends from IBM Watson Advertising. I want to welcome Anya Ware, the head of tech sales, and Ali Gwynn, senior manager of product marketing. I'll be staying on to moderate the session. Welcome to the stage, Anya and Ali.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Good. This has been some awesome content. We're excited to be here.
Oh, good. So you actually, you've been tuning in, you've been watching it.
Yes. Oh, Anya, we kind of matched.
Oh, not the first time, Ali.
Yeah.
Great minds, as they say, right?
Right.
So how are you guys doing today? Everything good?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Friday, can't complain. How about you?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you actually read my mind. We always do these on Thursdays, so then we actually have to get through one more day of the week. First time it's a Friday, and I'm excited. So Looking forward to diving into some good stuff with you guys today. So let's start off from the top. Obviously, it's been a very interesting year, to put it lightly. And then obviously with every single company, there's been so much change and flux. What's new with you guys at Watson Advertising?
Yeah, I can take this one, Anya. So, Watson Advertising, we're about 5 years old, which is just crazy to think about. And we've always been obsessed with really finding solutions for our clients. And so we kind of took a step back over the past year and really looked at the industry and the headwinds against us right now and coming up, especially, with privacy and loss of identifiers. And so we knew that, we're really at an inflection point in media marketing, and it's really time for a change. And so we believe that, AI is the best way forward to ensure this continued future growth. And so we really, want to take a look at these challenges through a different lens and really make a big leap forward instead of kind of putting a Band-Aid on something for a short-term fix. So, the reason that we think that AI is the best way is because AI can, take all this massive amount of data and use that to recognize different patterns, make predictions, and all with these privacy forward data signals, which is huge. AI is open, so it can be leveraged across environments and really help to mitigate against human bias, which is so important. And so the result is, a faster, more accurate decisions based on consumer intent. And, at IBM, historically, we've seen the way that AI can transform these industries, from banking to healthcare. And so, it's really time for our media and marketing industry to, hop on board. And so we really think that this is where we can lean in. And so we are really focusing all of our solutions. We've got media, targeting, and all sorts of creative solutions in our suite. And so we're using AI to not rely on traditional identifiers and really future-proof so that we can enable our clients to build, to make faster and better decisions. So we have, had quite the shakeup this year, but we're really excited. And, of course, we're excited to be working with partners like you guys that really bring this to life.
Thank you so much. Actually, let's even back up a step. For the people who are uninformed, tell us what IBM Watson Advertising is. Obviously, it started out, it was an acquisition with the Weather Channel, weather.com, and then it became what it is now. Can you kind of walk me through how that happened?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So you're absolutely right, Chris. The IBM acquired the Weather Company about 5 years ago, and they did so because of our 30 plus years of predictive weather data. And IBM understood the massive impact that weather has on our daily routine. I mean, I live in Texas, so everybody must have seen on the news the massive impact that the polar vortex had, completely shutting down our entire state. And so they've integrated that data into so many different facets of their business, whether it be health, cybersecurity, or marketing solutions. And so from there, we were able to leverage the power of Watson AI, as you guys do as a Watson Developer Network partner, to build open and trusted AI marketing solutions that drive prediction through the power of Watson AI, and enable clients to have personalization with their consumers, whether it be in the social space, conversations, refining their first party data, et cetera.
Gotcha. And by the way, since I forgot that you're based in Austin, how is everything down there? Are things normalizing to some extent?
Yeah, I mean, most people now have power and plumbing, so thank you for asking, but it was quite the adventure, to say the least, last week.
I can imagine. Well, I'm glad to hear it's better. I actually looked at the weather, and this is just the weirdness of Texas weather. I saw it was like in the 70s right after it snowed. So
yeah, it couldn't really make up its mind. Maybe it was trying to kind of make up for everything that happened, but it was not beating yesterday.
Oh my gosh, God bless. So I guess we'll turn it a little bit to this company up here, just because I have you. So we announced a partnership with IWA last summer. Can you share why it's important and why it makes sense for a partnership like ours?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can take that. So We all understand that social media is essential to driving purchase consideration, and that the implementation of influencer marketing strategies establish the best connection with consumers across these platforms, right? And that's the reason everybody's on this call today. But brand reputation is more important than ever, and especially across social platforms where there comes with a lot of brand risk. And so, 5 years ago, you guys, 5 years plus, you guys chose to leverage Watson's AI because we are the leader in the AI space. We have an open technology that companies like yours can come and leverage to build out different solutions. And so by applying IBM Watson AI with a leader like you guys in influencer and social media marketing, together we really feel like we can establish trust in the ecosystem while aligning with brand values and exemplifying our belief that AI should be the backbone of the new digital economy. So as I mentioned, you guys leverage our Watson Developer Network, which is a collection of open source APIs with various AI functions. So things like natural language understanding or visual recognition, tone analysis, et cetera, to help with the selection and vetting process, as well as audience optimization. What's great for us on the IBM Watson advertising side is we didn't really have a solution that was specifically focused in the social media space, and being able to leverage your massive database of influencers and your knowledge of media optimization and end-to-end measurement. We really felt like it was kind of a match made in heaven to partner together and bring this solution to the marketplace. But I would actually love to kind of flip that on its head, Chris, and kind of dive into why you guys chose Watson AI, because you must have evaluated a lot of partners when you were looking at building out your solution.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you for asking that, because actually it was bringing me to this interesting full circle moment that we're dealing with now. So back in 2015, we were looking for a point of differentiation. The way that the influencer marketing space was in the very early days, it was all about the talent that you had. And that was sort of the litmus of the measuring stick for, how big of a company you were in the space. And we kind of took the opposite approach, and we had decided that going after the brands and servicing the brands' needs was going to be the measurable factor that would separate us from the pack. And so we were really, really pleased and extremely fortunate in an early day to be contacted by IBM Watson. There was actually somebody who saw our company and thought it was interesting. And I mean, we acted like we were so cool at the time, and that, this kind of stuff happens all the time, but we were jumping around and pinching ourselves and geeking out about it because we couldn't believe that a company like yours, had taken interest in ours. And so we got together, I think this was back in 2014. And for about 6 months, we developed a product. And it was mainly, based on a couple of APIs that you guys have. And we launched it in the beginning of 2016, I believe, with a Super Bowl commercial that starred Christopher Walken, and it was for Kia. And it ended up being in the Wall Street Journal. And it really was sort of that moment where influential went from I think we were always prominent in the space, but I think it was where we actually really separated. And it's interesting to see that even today, a lot of the Me Too's of our industry then ended up adding AI in, but because we were your first partner, we kind of got that advantage of being in the place first. And to this day, there are some things that we've added into our system now that allow us to do full circle attribution, which is really, the next beacon for us. But it really came down to, and AI plays a part of that too, but it really came down to us making that relationship with IBM and Watson, and being able to, what we can do is we can structure data in an extremely short period of time. What would have taken, weeks, months for humans to do is now all of a sudden, pulled together instantly. And so our entire system, the backbone of what we do at Influential, is largely, we're largely indebted to you guys for the technology. So we are we are converts and we are prophets of IBM and Watson since the beginning, and proud to have you guys as partners. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, we feel the exact same way, and you hit on a lot of really important pieces about how AI can really be leveraged in our ecosystem, especially with everything going on right now. And especially when it comes to providing more transparency, faster efficiencies for brands, clients, publishers, and developers like yours, to be able to bring new solutions into the marketplace. And it's only going to become a stronger story once these identifier disruptions happen over the course of the next year.
Nice. Well, that gives me a great segue. As we talk about AI becoming more and more set for you, what is your stance on personalization as it relates to AI?
Yeah, I can start off. So, personalization is so important for for marketers. We know that that's really the best way for customer engagement and to really try to build back a lot of loyalty that's been lost over the past year. And customers really expect it. I think it's like 80% of consumers are more likely to make a purchase if a brand offers that personalized experience. So it is crucial that we do this. But of course, losing identifiers is going to make this a lot harder to do in the future. But fortunately, AI makes it possible, and it also makes it scalable. So we're using it in a few different ways over here at Watson Advertising. We use it through conversational marketing, where a brand can have a one-to-one dialogue with the consumer, through a chatbot, through an ad unit, or even through their site. We use it for predictive assembly for our creative units. And of course, we use it with you guys. So if you think about the insane library of talent that you guys have, I believe it's over 3 million
over 3 million, correct?
So, yeah. So if you were to try to go through all their content, it would take you forever. And but what we are able to do is leverage these APIs to comb through all of the content, their historical posts, and really parse out important pieces. And so this is so important to make sure it's you find the right match, because your brand, it needs to be a relevant match, it needs to be a safe match. And so, it's so cool. In your platform, you guys are able to analyze based off of 47 different psychographic profiles. So you really get a flavor of this influencer's content, like what it really means, so that you can really authentically match to the best brand. And then, even beyond that, you guys leverage it, to optimize creative and really bring this whole thing full circle to drive that, end-to-end incredible solution. So, it's going to be a little different in the future for how we personalize, but there are really creative and innovative ways to get there.
I love it. Well, it feels like a commercial for Influential and IBM right now. And I'm loving this. This is so much fun. So let's go back just a little bit in terms of like the history of AI. I know that before it really became a practical application, and honestly, like you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was 2013 or so that it really came to prominence. But previous to that, there was always this sci-fi horror, fantasy world of what would happen if the machines took over. Do you feel like there's still that sort of fear? Do you think it's been quelled? Where do you think people see AI, in a holistic sense now?
Right. Yeah. So I always think of it as like Terminator, scary sort of thing. But once you dive into it and you really educate yourself on the AI, you'll see that it's not that scary. I promise. So if you really distill it down, AI is basically the science of making machines smart. And at IBM, we like to take it a step further, and it's really about, where, machines are getting smarter, but it's also making humans more efficient and intelligent. And it's where that intersects. And so, Ginni Rometty, our former CEO, said that this technology is going to help enhance us, not replace us. And so I really genuinely believe that it's, it's about humans and machine, not humans versus machine. So again, thinking about all of that content of your influencers, it's helping you make faster decisions and, parse out that content even faster. But, I can go down, I can nerd out a little bit on AI right now if you want.
Yeah, you're right on you're literally like lockstep with me. So let's nerd out on AI. AI can do a whole lot of things. Walk us through what AI really means for the marketing industry as a whole.
Okay, great. So, it is really a great way for us to be able to communicate with the right audience and really drive ROI, ensure that brand safety and find that right match through really powerful natural language tools. And so this is the difference between, a customer keyword searching, in a popular search engine, show me large animals except for elephants. And a keyword that would show up elephants. But, if you leverage natural language processing technology, which we do, it's going to show you giraffes and lions and other large animals that are not elephants. So that's really, really important because, in the marketing world, we want to ensure that we deliver the best results for our clients and future customers. And so I can kind of walk you through an example that really shows the difference between natural language processing and natural language understanding. So we'll make it fun, I promise. So let's say that you're in the market for a coffee maker. So you can say, something like, does this coffee machine have an auto brew function? So with natural language processing, you can identify the intent and extract these entities to make sure that you're, providing that appropriate response. But that may seem very straightforward. But if you think about it, the human language, the English language is very, very complex. So you could ask that same question in so many different ways. So you could say, will it brew it automatically? Or is there a timed auto brew function? And really get that same answer. And that's because, there's like 250,000 words in the English language, and we only know about 80,000 of them. And so English is extraordinarily complex because we have so many double meanings and slang usages and inferences out there. And plus, every year we're adding more and more words to the dictionary. And
on top of it, emojis too, right?
Yes, I know. And so something that I think is so funny is in 2020, the words banana bread and man hug were added to the Webster Dictionary. So, really, really exciting stuff. But really, so, language is complex, and NLP helps us really evaluate its meaning to solve for ambiguity. So the next step is natural language understanding. And so this is a subset of NLP. And so for this, let's say for that same coffee example, your customer says, the coffee's okay, but I've had better, and I may try something different next time. So with that statement, we know that the customer is not fully satisfied. So you're going to want to really provide premier customer service to really help and retain this customer. And so NLU, natural language understanding, helps us do this because we're analyzing tone and mood and sentiment to help us determine and process that utterance so that we know how to respond in the best way. So it's all about uncovering more than words and really analyzing it on that deeper level. So, these two tools combined are so important for us. And another really fun example I love is it helps us kind of determine, even the word apple is are you talking about the tech company, the fruit, or Gwyneth Paltrow's daughter, and that's so important, especially when you think about all the content that you guys are parsing through to match these influencers to make sure you're finding something that's relevant. So there is my, AI lesson 101.
And it's true. Go ahead, please, Anya.
Yeah, one thing I was going to add to what Ali said, and coming back to our industry, right? We talk about these disruptors and the loss of the third-party cookie and traditional identifiers. And so the tone analyzer and natural language understanding is going to be even more important in the contextual space. So when there is this lack of cookies or identifiers, contextual relevancy is going to be kind of old is new again. And a perfect example we were talking about with one of our clients the other day is that they have a sensitive client that wants to always avoid the keyword shot, which makes sense. But when you think about it, it could also be used in the context of Steph Curry just shot a great, I'm not a basketball player, but
three-pointer.
Three-pointer. And not some sort of violent shot. And so again, that's a perfect example within our industry of how natural language understanding and good AI is going to be very essential for brands when targeting consumers in the future.
Very cool. And correct me if I'm wrong, the whole process of AI is learning. So as you go on, it might not know Apple in the 3 different ways, but as time goes on, as context comes around it, it starts to understand that and then corrects for that, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's another piece that clients and brands are going to start to understand as they become more and more involved in AI. Good AI is going, and ones that are privacy first are going to start as a child, right? They're going to have to be fed a breadth of knowledge, an understanding of what it's supposed to be focused on, what it's supposed to be a master at. And then over time, to your point, Chris, the more information it's provided, the more data and content it's fed, whether it's structured or unstructured, the smarter it's going to get. And so you do have to have patience in the beginning, but it does rapidly learn and become a master very quickly.
Very cool. So let's talk about identifiers. The future of identifiers is challenging. People are trying to figure this out. Can you share how IWA is solving for this?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So we really actually think identifiers are just one piece of this kind of perfect storm that we're all facing, right? We also have new government legislation, which is only going to increase with this new administration, an increase in consumer awareness on data privacy and ownership, as well as these big tech companies eliminating traditional identifiers. And so for brands and marketers, it's going to be harder to target, harder to find valuable inventory, harder to measure results. And on top of that, publishers are going to be squeezed more tightly, and they're not going to be able to effectively meet consumer needs in the same way. You're going to see this huge increase in subscription gating, for example, and there's going to be a kind of an openness for over-targeting that we were able to mitigate in the past. And so again, kind of through our whole theme today, IBM really believes that AI can break this cycle of fragmentation and increased complexity and lack of trust with the removal of identifiers. And AI can identify opportunities without traditional identifiers because they can be grounded in real data. They can provide publishers, agencies, and marketers with faster and more impressive results based on consumer intent across the entire digital ecosystem. And so IBM and Watson Advertising, we focus on identity versus identify, and we move beyond identity, enabling us to tap into growing privacy-friendly data sets that are signals for consumer intent. And so we're able to leverage these dispersed data signals, this context we talked about, and clients' first-party data, which is going to become more and more important to provide these personalized and predictive experiences at scale, whether it's partnering with your team or helping brands drive conversations, as Ali mentioned, or dynamic creative, and at the same time, really focusing on improving ROAS for brands.
Got it. Ali, anything to add?
Oh, Anya nailed it.
Love it. So what AI needs are you hearing most from your customer base these days? What does AI mean for your customer base?
Yeah, I can take that. I think the biggest thing that I get as feedback from our clients is everybody says they have AI, right? Mm-hmm. So they're confused about, well, what is good AI? What's trusted AI? Because everyone says it, and it's easy to say it because there's so many different forms, and it's been in our industry for so long. I mean, that's what programmatic platforms are built off of for the last, 5-10 years. But not all AI is created equal. And so I would really encourage, and I do encourage our clients to start asking really relevant questions to brands and partners, whether that be IBM or a newly founded startup that leverages AI. So it's really about what is your project, what is your challenge, and how can AI solve for that? We've spoken about a lot of different types of AI, whether it's natural language processing, image recognition, spam prevention, et cetera. So how do you need to use it? And that's a good way to start to find the best partner. And then having a better understanding of what kind of AI there is, right? Because there's AI, but then there's these subsets like machine learning or deep learning. So really finding out what is the value proposition around this. And then last but not least, how are they leveraging data to feed this AI? Because again, moving into these privacy first, needing to be more transparent ecosystems, it's very important for brands to have a very strong understanding of how their data is being used, how third-party data is being used, and how that's being relayed to the consumer. And that's another reason, again, why it's really important to work with brands like Watson and AI, because we've been around for decades. I mean, you think about kind of the first iteration of this in 1997, when I think most of us were probably still in middle school or high school on this call, not to age us too much, but And AI was able to beat the world chess champion in chess.
Jennings.
So we've had this long-standing value proposition of strong AI data that we can bring to the table, which is very different than some new players in the space.
And how do you feel like the education process is when you guys onboard a new client, bring somebody into the mix? Do you feel like you have to start at a base level of education, or do you feel like clients now are pretty savvy to this?
I think it runs the gamut, to be completely honest. And there are some brands that are incredibly sophisticated, like a Toyota pops to mind, that have been working within AI space and different partners for a long-standing period of time. And then we also work with brands that are relatively new and might be digital first, but still need a lot of education. And so that's one of the other value pieces I think we always bring to the table is, we don't have to sell our product. We're more than happy to dive in deep with clients around just what is AI, what are the different types of AI, and not even touch kind of how IBM brings that to the table, but more of educational courses for agencies and brands, because we want people to be educated in this space as it's going to continue to grow and come to the forefront of our industry.
Yeah, one of a campaign that I was working on last year, the client was really wanting to learn like every step of the process. So asked us to really bring them in because we offer, white glove service, but they were like wanting to use it as like an educational way to really learn the ins and outs of AI. So I would just encourage people to, learn and dive in. And I promise it's not as scary as it seems. And then, rely on your partners. Like that's what we're here for. And we're here to educate and help everybody and kind of think outside what's that next thing that we can use with AI, and not just, like checking a box to say that you've leveraged AI, but really kind of getting more out of it.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things that is sort of intimidating at first, just because it seems so vast. And it's sort of just like, what's the cloud and what is all this stuff? But when you actually start to understand and you see what it does for your business and the difference that it makes, it's the future. It's what people have to do moving forward.
Well, and especially because we're so tied to doing more with less. Brands and specifically agencies have more and more results that they need to put out, less and less resources. And that's why it's even more imperative to lean on AI or programs like Influential to help mitigate those day-to-day monotonous functions and really be able to open their team up for higher level thinking and strategic output.
Cool. Well, let's talk about like outside of the social space. How are you guys using AI for advertising?
Yeah, so I can take that. So we kind of talked a little bit about this before, but we are really focused on creating a suite of solutions, advertising and marketing solutions that leverage the best AI in Watson to drive prediction and personalization. And so we kind of have different ways that we look at that. One, Ali mentioned before, and she's probably going to mention this a lot, it's her baby, but that's Watson Conversations. It's about driving this one-to-one connection and almost having like a mini focus group for brands about what is really relevant to consumers on a deep level. We also are really disrupting the dynamic creative space right now with something called Advertising Accelerator, where we leverage AI to predict and assemble the best creative for each individual user instead of groups that provide massive amounts of creative resonance and insights for consumers and brands. And then I think the last one is, again, with the disruption of cookies, people are really looking at better ways to refine or build up their first-party CRM data. And so we leverage deep learning with neural networks in a solution called Predictive Audiences to be able to expand act-alike audiences instead of look-alike audiences. And that's something that we're partnering with LiveRamp on. So I think one thing we didn't really talk about, but is kind of right in front of us sitting here, is that the more and more that we develop and enhance our industry and our ecosystem, I think the more important it is for partners and publishers and tech vendors to come together to build solutions for clients and not be so siloed and walled gardened. So that's why we're so open to partnering with companies like yours at Influential, or with a LiveRamp, or with a DSP like Verizon Media, to make sure that we're providing holistically the best experiences for our consumers.
Got it. Also, I just wanted to kind of go expound a little, because I haven't heard lookalike audiences, something we've talked about for so many years. Act alike. This is new to me. Can you give me a little differentiation here?
Yeah, so it's really leveraging all of the 15,000 plus different data sets that LiveRamp has as well as their connection to clients' first-party audiences. And then what it does is it leverages deep learning with neural networks. So we talked about the different forms of AI. This is kind of the deepest and most advanced form of AI, where it can look at multiple decisioning trees interchangeably and find hidden patterns that traditional machine learning can't find. And so we look at over 15,000 different user signals, well beyond just demographic or locational information, down to the core of who somebody is and what they're doing, in a very frequent function, and be able to build out more complex audience segments that then consumers can target anywhere in their traditional media strategy.
Okay, very cool. I know she had said, Allie, you had a pet project within. Was there anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, it's called Watson Advertising Conversations. We started it 4 years ago, and it's a conversational marketing tool that can live in an ad unit or on a site's O&O extension. I encourage you all to check out weather.com/coronavirus, and you can see our chatbot that we trained on health and safety information for COVID-19. So we've really put the power of AI to work here and across so many industries, but that's a really fun example to see with really relevant information. So thank you for letting me talk about it.
That's what it's all about. We're promoting one another. So we're almost to the section where we're going to open it up to the audience, but Anya, you probably saw this yesterday. You put out a very cool post, and it got my mind thinking, so I wanted to ask you about it. So obviously, Clubhouse is one of the hottest things. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's getting on it. But you brought up a really interesting point. I believe it was a Forbes article that was talking about data privacy issues. I hadn't really thought about the fact that this is actually the only platform that I can think of, maybe then like WhatsApp, where you have to put your cell phone number in. And Allie, you know this because I put you on there. I feel like I'm responsible.
Where was my invite?
I should have known. Do you need one? If you need one, I've got one. Yeah, if you're putting out the articles, you're already way ahead anyway. But so let's talk about this, because from a data privacy standpoint, it's probably significantly riskier to put your cell phone information. And then what the article was going on to say even further than that is that you don't even have to opt in. There's a way that because of your network that you're tied into this. Tell us a little bit about that and the potential worrisome concerns for it.
Yeah, I mean, I love looking at the hottest, newest thing, don't get me wrong. But privacy has always been top of mind for me as a consumer, not necessarily just as somebody who works at IBM. And that's why I like IBM so much, is that's what they focus on. But you're right. I mean, for Clubhouse, the thing that concerned me, and you guys can look it up on a Forbes article, is that it's not about when you log in and become a member of Clubhouse, but when you invite someone, like my boss invited me, you actually give the platform that person's number and information. And so whether I opt in or not to this platform, they now have my personal information. And we don't have the same legislation and regulations as Europe does, but GDPR, that's actually a massive violation of GDPR's laws. Not only that, but their privacy rules are only in the English language. So I know that Germany is already starting to look into this. And I'm not hating on the space, because I think there's a lot to be said about the audio space. I know Amanda talked about that kind of at the end of the last session. And the growth of audio content. But I just want to make sure that when consumers are engaging with these new platforms, that they're very careful to have a really strong understanding of how their consumer data is being used and how the opt-in system or not opt-in system is working. I also think it's going to be really fascinating over the course of the next 4 years to see how this new administration tackles privacy and data regulation from a national level, because really outside of California, there isn't anything stopping companies from gathering this type of data. But I mean, you're really well more versed in the social space than me, so I'd love to get your thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting. I mean, I love it. First of all, I think it's fantastic. It is a breath of fresh air. I was talking about it with someone yesterday, and I think this is kind of like a funny way to put it. It is social media for intellectuals. So the world of social media as it's been has been very vapid. It's been very like selfie me, and it's it doesn't promote a better society. It doesn't make us smarter people. You don't really learn from it much. A lot of times there's, animosity or jealousy, from the things that you see. What I love about this platform, and I think it probably skews a bit older anyway, because the conversations on it are more mature. What I like about it though, is that it really celebrates intelligence, and it highlights people that have an interesting story to tell. And so I've found it really fun to dive in, even to things I don't even necessarily know about. Like, there are rooms that if I go in, I know I'll get called onto the stage because we're talking about social media or influencer marketing or whatever. And that's fun too. But sometimes I like to just hop onto random stuff and just learn, sit in the audience and learn about things. So for me, that's sort of the thing that makes it fun. Have you guys had a chance to spend time on it? What are your opinions on it?
I have not, because of the privacy. I've been so nervous about it. So I was like, I love the new formats and the new platforms out there, and I love the creativity, but I always let it be out there for a little longer and then I'll hop in.
We're the guinea pigs.
Right. I'm like, you can have your data first. But I am very curious to see how it will impact, podcasts too. Like, will podcasts kind of pivot over there? Will it be the same conversation or different? I'm very curious how that will work in the long term, because obviously audio is huge, and podcasts are, so important right now.
I do really like what you said, though, Chris, about this transformation of kind of vapid content to something a little bit more intellectual. I mean, I completely agree with Amanda on the last session that I live and breathe memes, and probably very inappropriate memes on my Instagram. Yes, I've never been really a big fan of following people who take selfies or just talk about themselves or things of that nature. And I'd much rather listen to a great podcast like The Daily. And so it's really fascinating to see how Twitter's starting to pivot this way, the emergence of Clubhouse, and hopefully refining and elevating the social media space to help kind of bring our society up and not down. I think it's really fascinating.
Couldn't agree more. Well, I feel kind of bad because we're taking so much time. We're not answering any questions, but we'll take at least one. If we get two, we'll do two. So the first one here is, how do you feel as a consumer? How do you feel you as a consumer are engaging with brands differently in 2021 than maybe in the past?
I would say that I am trying to seek out more information about the brands. Like, I want to know what they stand for. I care. I'll switch a brand, if I feel like a different one is doing more for the community or for the environment or whatnot. So I really appreciate brands that are transparent about that. And so, yeah, I guess I give it all more thought, I would say. What about you, Anya?
I completely agree with Ali, and I think this really also carries down to Generation Z as well, even though we're millennials. And it's all about brands actually standing for something. And for me, it's really about environmentally friendly, sustainability, diversity and inclusion, those types of things. I will spend more money, or I will pivot brands to be able to do that. And I think a lot of consumers are starting to do that more and more.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the rate of progression of that has been, hockey stick sort of growth. Before, it was, it was like a box that you had to check, you had to do these things so that you're up with everybody else. But now it's a mandate. And, obviously the pandemic being, the equalizer of all these things, I think I've become more of a fan of brands that I've seen that have taken that leadership role, that didn't just do it from sort of that backseat perspective, that really stood up and said, and this is at a great risk, things the racial issues and stuff like that. Somebody had to take big brands had to take stands, and they had to draw their line in the sand and say, this is right and this is wrong. And I think people were afraid of that for the longest time. So, I think the brands that have become bold and unafraid to show what's going on are the ones that I think we're naturally attracted to now. I think it's a more attractive quality.
Absolutely. And authenticity is so important. And I feel like we have better filters for that now, and you can really tell when a brand is being authentic, and, standing for something more than profits, it's really important.
Absolutely. Well, unfortunately, we are out of time. This was such a fun conversation. I'm so glad that you guys reached out. Actually, big ups to Chase for reaching out and making this all happen. We are going to definitely do more of this in the future. We do this as a monthly series. You guys are family to us. So, plan to come and join me again in the future, and we'll have some more fun stuff to talk about. But thank you guys both so much. And I hope that you have a fantastic weekend.
Same. Thanks, Chris.
Hi, guys. All right, so that was Anya and Ali from IBM Watson joining us for another great session. We're going to dive right into the next session of the day. I'm thrilled to welcome Marcy Perez to the stage. Marcy is the Associate Director of Media and Performance Marketing at Cadillac. The session will be moderated by Jason Gohl, the Director of Sales here at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Marcy and Jason.
Hi there.
Hi, Marcy. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well. Jason, you're in the dark and I can't hear you. There he is. How's it going, Jason?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Absolutely.
All right,
All right,
very
have a
good.
great conversation, guys.
Thanks,
Chris. Marcy, so good to see you again.
No, likewise. Yeah.
Awesome. So thank you for taking the time. Been looking forward to this. So I think, before we get started and talking about the things that you're doing currently at Cadillac, I'd love to kind of take a step back and talk about some of your previous roles and how, your agency experience sort of prepared you for some of the things that you're doing right now as a marketing client right now.
Yeah, I think, I'm probably like one of the oldest people in media these days. I feel like everybody keeps getting younger and younger. My career started early off, right out of college in experiential marketing, doing the auto show circuit for GM. Branching off, I think, when you're at the agency in that capacity, there's a lot of mobility and opportunity for growth in different areas. So coming off of experiential, I went right into CRM. While in the CRM space, back then, things were starting to, this digital buzz was really starting to build up, and there was a new digital agency in town called Digitas. So I hopped over there quickly to just be a part of kind of the new space and see how that was going to start evolving. And I don't know if you can hear me okay. I think I might be having some sound quality issues here. After being at Digitas for a while and doing all things interactive, I eventually ended up going over to another OEM. I'm going to dial back in really quick. Can you hear me okay, Jason?
I can. There's a little bit of feedback.
Okay. It says try dialing in next to the mute button. You click dial in. Okay, so let me see that really quick.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Does this help at all?
That's better.
That is better. Okay, great. So after my agency days, while I was at Digitas, actually, I had the opportunity in that role to have a little bit of a client look as well as being agency side, as I was a contract employee for GM. So it gave me really good perspective on the agency side. You really have this opportunity to be a part of all the strategic thinking and the brainstorming sessions. And, that's really where you kind of dig in and get your hands dirty on all the real problem solving, right? That kind of comes from marketing. When I was in the Digitas role, it gave me a look of the other side and just the client side and the different, the way that you're briefing an agency in order to get the outcomes that you need from a business perspective. So it was a really nice transitional role for me. Eventually joining FCA and managing really great brands like Chrysler and Jeep, and having really great support to do things like a job share. My boss really supported me and kind of moved around, starting there in a digital media capacity, and 6 months later getting moved into a more traditional media role, which ultimately landed me here at Cadillac and starting in media. But then now in my current role, I'm managing media, CRM, and digital. So it's kind of like this nice culmination of my whole history. And I think having the agency experience to understand how those processes work, and translating that into a client role, and how to make sure that you're asking for the right things and getting what you need out of your agency teams. There goes my husband. I think it's really good to understand collectively how to best be productive and get the information you need out of your teams and how to really encourage that strategic creative thinking and ensuring success of all your campaigns. So I think agency is always a great place to start. And I feel like everybody should have at least a couple of years under their belt there to really see directionally where you want to head next.
Yeah, it's very and smart of you to have that moment early on and say, I think this digital thing is going somewhere. I'm thinking I'm gonna take a run at it.
Yeah.
In terms of your, once you started to expand your purview and looked at some of the other, the media channels and had oversight over those channels, were there any like aha moments or, did you have a better understanding of how it all works together and sort of, how was that process for you?
I think it's been interesting because as time has changed and consumer behavior has changed, I think you have these spurts of aha moments, right? So early on, Facebook comes in, they're this great social platform. And then all of a sudden they decide to do these things with algorithms. And you're like, oh, I get it. You're like, oh, we need money to actually, reach people. And then you've got things that are like TV. And as streaming comes on, you're like, wait a minute, I thought NBC was linear. And then all of a sudden they have like a Peacock network and you're like, oh, I get it. Okay. So I think as time goes on and these platforms are continuously changing, there's always going to be aha moments. I think what's important is that as these are happening, and they're bound to happen again and again, that you're able to quickly pivot and shift and think strategically, where are my people and how then do you pull all the pieces together to really like make sure that they do all have a place, right? And the content specific to all of those places in a relevant way for your audience.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things I love about marketing so much is that it's really never finished. Once you start to think you have it kind of figured out, then suddenly here comes Clubhouse. And it's like, what is that? Like a month ago, I didn't even know what it was. And now, literally everyone's talking about it. It's one of the bigger, startups in the world right now. So it's super interesting. So let's talk about the Super Bowl. So Cadillac had an amazing spot in the game. You guys had everything that you would ever want in, a Super Bowl spot. You had, you had star power, you had a callback to an iconic film, and the car looked amazing. So, what was that process like this year? And, why was it so important for all of the world's eyes to be on, the all new electric Cadillac Lyriq?
Yeah, I think in any marketer's mind, the opportunity to be in Super Bowl is one of those that you're always excited to be a part of. It feels like it's always a crazy situation too, right? You spend so much time evaluating if the opportunity is right and if the creative's right and is it the right time for your product? And then all of a sudden the stars just align and everything is moving fast and furious and you're on your way to the Super Bowl. This year's no different for Cadillac. I think every brand that's in that game and in that advertising space really wants to make an impression. So as you mentioned, having star power is one of those key, I think, ingredients to success. With Timothée Chalamet and his, army of fans, we felt really good about that. I'm personally a Winona Ryder fan, so I thought that was great to be able to work with her. But leveraging them in a way that can really help tell the story of our product was just so fun to be a part of, right? I think the classic story of Scissorhands and him not being able to use his hands for really anything without destroying it was a great way to show how our hands-free driving system works and just the technology and innovation that exists. And we had that opportunity to tell that feature story in whether it's Escalade or any of our sedans for this year, but we chose intentionally to show off our new electric vehicle, the Lyriq. So obviously the volume of eyeballs in that media property is just one that for us in wanting to kind of announce that we're really getting close and we're getting serious about this electric vehicle game. It was a ripe opportunity for us. And so we seized the moment and our creative team just nailed it. I think all the countless hours and the work that went in, it really showed off well on that Sunday.
Yeah, it came across brilliantly, and I thought that the, the creative was spectacular, but the car, I think, was the star of the show. Honestly, I looked at it and I was like, it looked amazing. So you guys did a great job of that.
It is stunning in person. It is absolutely beautiful. I can't wait for everyone to see it.
Yeah, so honestly, I mean, we're all currently living through history right now, and honestly, GM and Cadillac are very in this interesting point in their corporate lives, and GM has announced that they are only going to sell zero emission vehicles by 2035. So how is Cadillac sort of adopting to that all electric future?
You are right. It is a very exciting time because of all of that. I think there's a lot of education needed around all fronts. So from a Cadillac perspective, we're literally looking at everything different, right? It's what are the consumer expectations and how do we deliver on that from a marketing perspective, from a digital experience perspective, the way that these vehicles integrate so seamlessly into our apps and all the information that's available. I think on our websites, the tools that are going to be needed to help you understand the technology and how easy it is to use, all of it. I mean, we literally have to look at everything. We're looking at our dealer infrastructure. We're looking at the buying process. Just making sure our dealers are fully ready, the service areas are ready, because there's a whole world that this opens up of newness for everybody. So I think as we look at every corner of this business and really make sure that we're prepared for this journey that we're about to enter into, it's been a really good educational process for everyone. And I think, we have to start from the inside and grow out. And so I think that's where we're at right now. And we are sitting in a very good spot to bring these vehicles to market and ensure that everybody is up to speed on, how everything works and the benefits of all the products that are to come in the years.
Yeah, it's honestly, I feel like it's going to put a lot of pressure on marketing and communications to let everyone know, sort of that the big objection of, how does this work? Where do I charge it? Like how easy is it? How long does it take? And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on, all of our media channels as well as the marketing department overall to make this sort of like come across as very easy and a step forward.
Yeah. And it's unique, right? Because we've been gas vehicles for hundreds of years. So there hasn't really needed to be this educational process that in order to get the EV adoption that, we're looking for, we're going to have to do a really good job in marketing with our content creation, with our distribution, and how do you get that out there? And so as a marketer, it's exciting because you get to do something different and really, think differently about how would you approach this if now what and where technology is heading, right? So I think it offers a really great opportunity. It's going to be a very exciting next 5-10 years. So
yeah, I totally agree. So as we sort of look back to one of the more recent launches, so Cadillac launched the all new Escalade with a celebrity spokesperson with Regina King last year. Why was it important for you to have a recognizable face, alongside with the Escalade?
Yeah, I think Escalade is, again, one of those iconic vehicles, right? It's been a part of so many cultural moments and such an interesting product that is, mentioned in songs and in music videos and you name it. Everybody kind of already knows Escalade and what it was. So our job really was trying to share what's new with Escalade, but give it the proper, celebration that it deserves. So as we looked at our campaign and everything that our Cadillac owners stand for and their drive and their desire to do more and to be more and to continue growing, we found, Regina King as a prime representation of everything that we stood for and her really just her ambition and kind of a never stop arriving type of moment. So I think what that does for us as marketers is it allows consumers to really visualize and relate to that person as a celebrity and what they stand for. So, Regina being someone that started as, a young actress in certain movies that has eventually become now a director of films herself. You kind of see that drive and that move of success that she has made in her own personal life and career. And that's something that I think people want to emulate and they can really respect and get behind. So I think Regina was just a perfect representation of what we stand for here at Cadillac and really working hard and celebrating your successes.
Yeah, I love that. That makes perfect sense, and it really ladders into the next part of the conversation, which is sort of more influencer marketing. And I know, Cadillac is walked into influencer marketing in different levels, and I would argue that Regina is one of the more dominant influencers in the world. And honestly, what are the benefits that you see as leveraging, influencer marketing to enhance your sort of social media marketing, your overall marketing?
I think the one thing that influencers offer us is kind of a different perspective. I think sometimes we get too close to the business. We can tell customers what we think they want to know. But I think there's a certain level of credibility when someone else is telling you something about a product. So what that offers us is for a way to tap into influencers that we can make sure that their audiences are the people that we're trying to target and really add a different voice of kind of perspective, a different point of view, and really allow them to use their own way of storytelling to get kind of product features and messaging across. I think it's one of the things that, we try to do best as possible is really leverage our influencers for longer term relationships. We don't really like to, do a program and then walk away from that influencer. We try to create these friends of brand moments where we can continuously work with a recognizable face, several times so that it really adds credibility to what that influencer is saying. And we let them say it in their own voice, right? So we're not forcing an agenda. We want them to truly, drive a product, give their honest opinion, give their favorite points about the car in a way that, feels very authentic to who they are in their space.
It takes a lot of courage and a lot of, the ability to sort of give them that platform and that palette.
I think it can be a scary area, but when you have really solid products there, you don't really have anything to be afraid of. So right. Our current lineup is just incredible, and the quality of the interiors and the innovation that we're coming up with. I mean, I don't ever have to worry about giving a product to someone because there really isn't a whole lot of bad to say. So right. While I think it probably could be risky in some cases, I think we're pretty confident when we're giving people vehicles to drive that that's going to be a positive experience.
I love it. And I love that perspective. I guess in terms of, in your perspective, what are the essential elements of a successful influencer marketing campaign?
I think, we go through the standard vetting process to make sure you don't have a criminal record and you're not going to say anything that's, offensive, or you don't already have prior automotive partnerships and things of that nature. But I think it's really important for us to make sure that their audience meets our demographics. And a lot of times we're able to tap into our M1 audience groups that we've identified and target those people directly. Other times we just look at the demographic information. I know in working with Influential, we've been able to kind of see the who's behind the influencer and not just the influencer's own personal demographics. So that's really helped us quite a bit. But I think more importantly, we really try to find someone that has something unique, right? And we really want to make sure that it aligns with Cadillac and what we stand for as a brand. and allow them to, in a really great way, make sure that they also have the ability to create really quality content. So there's a couple things that we're looking for. I mean, reach is always nice, right? We want to make sure that you have a sizable audience, but I think also the quality of the content that the influencer is able to create and the usage rights of that content is going to be really, really critical for us to understand if we can use that in other mediums, whether that's CRM or on our website or in our social media posts alone. So there's several criteria that we do look at, but at the end of the day, we're constantly learning and we're looking at the performance and having that ability to know what worked really well in one influencer campaign and modifying, for future use has always been a really important part of that whole piece for us.
Got it. Yeah, it's so interesting too, watching these influencers sort of create their brands. They become very savvy marketers, and there is this very interesting give and take in terms of the things that you want to say, and then the lens that they have and their creative voice. I think there's a lot of things that honestly that I can learn and we can learn from them as these individual small business owners essentially doing their own thing with their own brand.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think, one of the other things that for Escalade, we had a pretty robust influencer strategy. And as a team, we had kind of put out this like Escalade everywhere mission. And we knew as one marketer alone, we couldn't be everywhere. So it was really important to make sure that the everywhere was reaching new audiences and bringing them into the brand. And I think that's another part of what influencers can really do for you is introduce your brand to someone that maybe wouldn't have considered you prior. So I think it's really important to, just kind of take a look at that. And these are, these influencers are brands of their own. And so you have to kind of make sure you're aligning with really key people.
Yeah, and interesting too, because I can imagine that you want to balance that because you do have your core audience that you do know that will eventually buy or will consider buying.
Yeah.
Then you also have that sort of that peripheral where you do want to sort of introduce the brand outside of, the people who are already looking at you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to stay true to who you are as a brand, but also find the right combination of influencers that can help bring new people in, right? So you don't want to skew too far from who you are and your true identity to get that new reach. But it is a fine mix of a little bit of everything.
Yeah, makes sense. In terms of your perspective on the space, do you see influencers as being primarily an upper funnel launch kind of a thing, or do you see the opportunities to work down the funnel and sort of, introduce the brand and let the influencers sort of pull some of those marketing levers at the mid and even potentially at the lower funnel?
Yeah, no, we actually look at influencers as having a key piece to the whole funnel. I think obviously there's large reaching influencers for those awareness moments, but as you start getting into specific features and daily use and certain aspects of the vehicle, it's really important to have somebody else's credibility to help move that consideration and opinion of the brand. So I think it's no different than if you were to go down the street and talk to your neighbor about his truck or whatever he has, right? You're going to say, hey, what do you think? It's bringing that, but to a larger scale audience. So it's not just one neighbor, right? Your neighbor might be the influencer, but able to reach out to many audiences at once, kind of giving that opinion and advice of, what they think of a product. So I think that really helps with the consideration and ultimately purchase decisions that people have to make.
That's great to hear. And it feels, honestly, it's very progressive because I do see a lot of interest at the higher end of the funnel, and I think that there's a lot of conversations and a lot of interest, but it's good to hear that you're already considering it down that middle and lower funnel part of the process. I guess before we sort of open up the the conversation to questions, I guess I would love to know and hear from you. I'm sure that there's some some future Marcy Perez's out there in the audiences today, I'd love to hear just a piece of advice maybe that you would give your younger self as you're starting in the business.
I think I would just tell somebody to do what's right for the right reasons, right? Don't be persuaded by, the celebrityism that can come with some of these jobs, or don't expect, a bonus because you did well. Like someone picked you to be on their team. And I think it's really important that no matter what that team is, no matter what that role is, that you're always making the right decision for the right reasons, whether that's, for business and success of the program. But I think it's just really important to really be authentic, and over time, you are going to be recognized for always making those really right decisions. So stay true to who you are, and just keep thinking through the process. Don't be quick to just jump into something.
I love that advice, and something that I think applies to someone who's 20 days into their career and someone who's 20 years into their career. So I love that. I guess, and one more thing before we open up to the questions are what's like one thing that's on your calendar, or what's on your goal list, whether it's a personal thing or a professional thing? What's one thing that you've got circled that you want to do this year?
Well, I think professionally, I can't wait to share our new electric vehicle with you guys. As we get ready here to show a production vehicle, I think it's just going to be so exciting to see consumer reaction and start getting people into the seats of that car. I think personally, I'm really looking forward to my kids getting back to school full time, and also going back to the office and seeing colleagues and working in, a collaborative environment again. So hopefully the stars align and all of that can happen, but, keep chugging along here at home for now.
Yeah, I love it. And check. I love those two things as well. So I can't wait. Cool. So Chris, I don't know how to work this and understand if there's questions or how this comes up. Maybe.
I think there's a hand raise function. I don't know if we're able to see it, or if brand innovators have to.
Maybe they have to unlock it. Q&A, no. It says that at the bottom.
So right in the middle, there's like the little bubbles that say Q&A. I don't know if there are any questions out there right now.
2 window boxes. Unfortunately, I do not see what they're talking about. Okay, all right, I see a few. Got it. All right. So let me see here. Okay, so as leaders, Marcy, this will be for you. You're always developing your abilities. What skills would you like your marketing team to develop this year?
My marketing team personally, I think we're always looking for people that have the ability to I guess the general curiosity for more. And that's something that I think just encouraging your employees to seek out and participate in panels like this, or industry events, or see what competition is doing, and understanding how that might be applicable in your space, whether, we're in automotive, but there may also be things that non-automotive companies are doing. And if it's gaining traction and attention, like how would you translate that into your line of business? So I think what I would encourage for all employees is just to have that general sense of curiosity and interest, and don't just settle for what you're doing right now, and well, this is the way we've always done it. Like try to mix it up, try to do something different, and look for those opportunities anywhere you are.
I love that. Great advice. And I hate this is how we've always done it. And yeah, one of the things that I've been able to enjoy with this new role is sort of, you do develop some different learnings and different muscles as you work on other pieces of business, and, folks like you and I have been on automotive most of our careers. It's great to understand that, how QSR approaches something, or entertainment or retail. There's a lot that you can learn there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So yeah, so this is a very similar question. I don't even know if I would even consider Cadillac a heritage brand, but what can heritage brands learn from newer digital first brands from when it comes to authentically marketing? And I don't know if Cadillac is looking at Gen Z, but specifically like a younger generation like Gen Z.
So I think, it's an interesting question. We talk about this a lot internally, and while we do have a rich history, the common thread that we continue to push for is quality and making our customers feel special. And I think that that's something that no matter how old your brand is, if you have something that you're really rooted in, and, for us, it's luxury automotive, and making sure that everything that we do is going to deliver on, quality of satisfaction, and kind of that the attention to detail and surprise and delights, right? That you wouldn't expect, but a luxury customer does. And I think, you can look back as far as you want, and Cadillac's always kind of stood for that. So, as we evolve into electric, into new technologies, those definitions of the refinements and the detail and the surprises that, delight our customers, those just change. But the expectation is that they're still going to be there. So, I think now expectations are largely around technology. And I think when you can just kind of ramp those up a little bit more than to what just the basic need is, then that's really where that excitement and, drive for more comes from.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too, because I feel like the speed of innovation is accelerating a little bit. And I think, earlier on, just a few years ago, we really looked at, Facebook and Instagram, very cautiously, and then suddenly it became very, stable marketing channels, and then suddenly Snapchat, and then now, suddenly TikTok, and then, even some of that is like, okay, some of that is like, TikTok is like, if you're not already on it, you're kind of behind, so some of that is like, now we should be looking at, Clubhouse and some of the other things, because it is accelerating more rapidly.
All right, guys. Well, I'm so sorry. Obviously, we had a couple of technical issues. Marcy, thank goodness your sound glitch fixed like that. So that's
I'm glad to hear that.
That's great.
and this is Jason's first time doing this. I hope we didn't scare you off. You are a great moderator. Obviously, there's some things we could just get up to speed in the future. But Marcy, thank you so much. Cadillac is an amazing brand. We're honored to have you on, and hope we can bring you back sometime in the near future.
Thank you. I appreciate your time today, guys.
Absolutely. Well, thank you,
Marcy.
both. Thank you, Jason.
Bye.
So a huge thank you to Marcy and Jason for joining us today. Great session. I'm super excited to welcome our next marketer to the stage, Bailey Mobley, the social media manager of Guess. This session will be moderated by Tiffany Pettit, the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Bailey and Tiffany.
Hello, so excited to be here.
We are
Happy
rolling. Hey, Chris.
Hey, have a great session, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Bailey, we made it. I'm so excited.
Here we are. I feel so good right now, Tiffany. I'm really happy to be here and feel so honored that I get to be amongst all of these amazing innovators and people who are just really doing something so different right now in this wild time. What is the world right now?
I love that. Thank you so much. I want to give a shout out to the audience again. I know we've had a good morning full of a ton of awesome speakers for a ton of awesome brands, and we're just getting started. We're going to continue this throughout the afternoon. To reintroduce myself really quickly, Tiffany Pettit. We work at a company called Influential, really big in influencer marketing, really showcasing the effectiveness and power of influencers by tracking measurement, which is really great for especially brands like Guess, who is here. We have Bailey talking all things social and then some. Guess has, been around since forever. So Bailey, do you want to give us a quick intro and sort of like, I know you haven't been at Guess since the beginning of time, but definitely want to hear your thoughts on the evolution of the brand and kind of your role as it relates to social and everything that you guys are doing there so far.
Yeah, for sure. So just to introduce myself, wanted to provide some background. So I've been at Guess for the last 14 months. So I am the social media manager and I oversee all of our international strategy as well as territory content. So really my role is a lot more on the strategy side, and I work with an amazing dynamic team of fantastic content creators and coordinators as well as strategists to really bring together a 360 approach when it comes to how our content looks and feels, and really having more of that cohesive tone to everything we're doing, no matter what country or territory you are in and experiencing the brand. So to speak to the evolution of Guess, we have definitely come a long way being a traditional retailer. As you mentioned, Tiffany, we have been in the industry for 40 years. So this is something where we have really had to evolve with the times. And being on the traditional fashion and retailer side, it was essential for social media to be a part of our global strategy. So we have, a number of different countries that our retail stores are in, but we also have a number of different countries where we are active on our social media channels. So it's important that we speak to the territories in those languages. And so I work specifically in tandem with our territory managers on all of translating that content and really making sure that all of those posts, from everything from the images to the emojis, are on brand. So it is definitely a lot of work, but I love being able to do that. And there's a lot that we have in the pipeline for this year, especially when it comes to reaching new audiences and collaborations and collections. So I'm just excited to be able to be here and share a little bit of that today.
I love that. And that sounds so interesting knowing, Guess definitely has its own established brand presence, and to understand even like a snippet, of course there's different languages. Of course there's, things that you have to consider because you're reaching so many people globally on the social side. I definitely want to touch on that in just a bit. You mentioned collaborations. I know that something just kicked off this past Valentine's Day. Would love to hear more about that project. I know that Drew Barrymore was the face of a new collection that you guys just launched. Is there anything else, or can you speak to that collaboration?
Yeah, absolutely. So just as Tiffany mentioned, this year is our 40th anniversary. So we have a lot of amazing partnerships in the pipeline, and it is something that we have been working diligently on, especially on the social side. And yes, so with a lot of these partnerships, we are tapping into more of like the LA culture and really wanting to look into some of these smaller brands that we can elevate and partner with in terms of design, and being able to take some of more of our nostalgic history and bring that to a current market. So the Drew Barrymore collection was a partnership with Pleasures, which is an LA-based streetwear brand that has been around since 2015. And we worked very closely with the founder of Pleasures to really dynamically create something unique by repurposing some of our shoot that we did with Drew Barrymore back in '93. So if you guys know anything about '93, it was all about the really skinny eyebrows and the dark lips. So I was inspired, obviously, for this call to bring some of that energy. But it was a really great partnership because not only were we seeing so much interest on just the brand and collection side from a product standpoint, but also it's really been really beautiful to see on social media because we're tapping into this other market to really grow our Guess Originals arm, which is a more Gen Z focused brand. So under the Guess umbrella, we are so big. We have 6 brands underneath, which include Guess Kids, Marciano, Guess USA, Guess Originals, as well as working with our EU partners and doing a lot in terms of just maximizing how the brand is seen and really reaching those target markets based upon those different sub brands. So it's going back to the Drew Barrymore collection. The objective was really to tap into this younger market with a more streetwear style as well as unisex. That's something that you'll see a lot in this particular collection. We really wanted to approach the styling that could be really versatile. So whether you were looking for a hoodie or whether you were looking for, embellished denim, we really had something for everyone. So there's a lot more to come this year as well from the partnership standpoint. So we're super excited to roll some of those out, and you guys just got to stay tuned. There's definitely a lot more to come.
I love that. To hear that from a brand that's been around for so long, and the way it just, the way you guys have maintained, just being current with the times. It's just refreshing to hear, honestly, from such great, established brands already. I do want to hear more about these partnerships that you have with celebrities. You guys have obviously tapped a ton of influencers in this space too. Tell us about that process and what does influencer marketing, celebrity partnerships, what does that look like for you guys? And how do you kind of leverage both small and large talent in everything that you guys are doing?
Yeah. So influencer marketing, definitely what we're here to talk about today. Yes, being a heritage brand, we have really had to think outside the box when it comes to who we want to work with. And our influencer program is tiered. So we obviously focus on 3 specific categories when really approaching who it is we want to work with. The top tier is A-list talent. So working with Jennifer Lopez, working with Michaela Maroney, working with J Balvin. So when we are working with those types of celebrities and that type of talent, we're really thinking much deeper. So how are they working with us on designing into the collection? How are they hand selecting, what it is that they want to be seen wearing? And how are they working really closely with our team on the merchandising? And all of that also, really bleeds into the storytelling aspect. So Jennifer Lopez was a huge part of the spring collection from last year, which really, we started off the year super strong in 2020. We were at the Super Bowl with Jennifer Lopez and J Balvin. And, not only was she wearing her sweatshirts, her custom sweatshirts with Guess on them and dancing with, Charli D'Amelio on TikTok. And then, as we really shifted into pivoting a lot of our strategy due to COVID, we did have a collection with J Balvin launch that we did have to really change a lot of our strategy around getting that awareness for that particular collection, which we are also, when we're working with these A-list talent, these are years in the making. So we are planning a much more ahead of time. Right now, we're planning a lot with our 2022 collections and really finalizing a lot of those at this moment, which seems kind of crazy, but in traditional retail, that's how far in advance we're working. So I would say our middle tier of influencers are when we're working specifically our most recent collection that we did. It was a campaign with Jen Selter, who is an activewear influencer in the lifestyle, fitness, and nutrition category based out of New York with 12 million followers on Instagram. We hand selected Jen to work with specifically for category to help us push a category. So when it comes to, focusing on those type of creators and that type of talent, we're wanting to work with them on how can we leverage and tap into their audience, and how can we lead with a social first plan. So with Jen, we just hosted earlier this week a virtual influencer event, which was super fun. we gifted, it was 50 influencers, a curated box that had her collection in it, as well as a water bottle and yoga mat. And we did this virtual workout that was filmed at our Rodeo location. It was so fun. I was there in real life, and it was just, the execution was a team effort for sure. But what we saw out of that is she really does drive so much energy towards a very positive message around, empowering yourself. And she started as a gym instructor and really led her own, really led her own presence around her Instagram and her following. So she kind of falls into that tier 2. And, working with her has been really great in terms of just moving the needle on our social following and really generating more of that active category for us. And the third category, or the third tier, would be more of our micro influencers and content creators. So with that, we have an always on seeding and evergreen gifting that is orchestrated by our PR team. And we are doing this on a campaign and collection basis. So anytime we have a new, which is seasonally, as most retailers are traditionally set up, we gift a number of our top performing content creators. And then we're also, looking into how can we find new talent, people who are tagging us. We definitely are constantly looking into our UGC and, making sure that we're aligned with who's actually talking about us, because that is so critical in terms of the authenticity and credibility around who you work with. So that's a huge part of our strategy as well, is tapping into the areas where we want to be able to find people who are already interested in the brand. And that with that said, there's a lot that we've been doing to, connect with not only these micro influencers, but also, working with, we have a partnership with Universal Music Group that exclusively tapped into some of their emerging artists to, not only showcase them on our YouTube channel in our series, What Makes You Original, but also allows for us to really cross-pollinate the content on our Guest Originals channel. So with that said, it's a very robust influencer marketing program, but for us, it's always about who is it that's already interested in guests, and how can we work with them and give them an opportunity to be featured on our platform, because being authentic and credible to who is invested in the brand is really important and makes it that much more authentic.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a well-oiled machine when it comes to a social strategy. You touched on it just a bit. I want to hear more about, what does success look like for a program that is so tiered like yours? I'm sure every brand will say, what is that return on investment? What are those sales? That's very much so where we sit when thinking about clients, but I'm sure there's just so many different things. So what does success look like for your social campaigns at Guess?
Yeah, absolutely. $1 million question. Yes. It really is about what are our initial KPIs. So as a retailer, we definitely want to be driving foot traffic. We definitely want to be driving sales. And we also want to be driving affinity and just positive sentiment around the brand. A lot of our responsibility on social is that engagement factor. We are constantly looking at, what are people reacting to, and how are we strategizing around that? Are they loving what we're posting on stories? Are they loving the behind the scenes content with the talent? Are they loving our giveaways that we have in tandem with our partnerships, and really making sure to rinse and repeat those top performing elements of the campaign? So when it comes to social strategy and what we really measure, our role, and really a lot of the bread and butter behind Guess, is that we want to take every campaign and make it snackable and digestible for our social audience. So we're always making sure to develop a cutting edge social first strategy. And whether that's a content rollout, or whether that is, developing a new series that is, curated and exclusive just to social. One thing I learned in college, which, we look back and sometimes question, like, what did I actually learn, is the medium is the message when it comes to communication, and social is no stranger to this. Like, you really have to be able to create dedicated and, exclusive content to each channel that you are populating on. And that's something that when I came to Guess was like, you know what, we need to be better at this. This is something where, in my experience in social media, which it's literally crazy to think that it's been 10 years, this industry has changed a million times. And within the last 12 months, I can say I don't even recognize it at all. But I think that's what's fun about it too, is that you always have to be on your toes. And more than ever, it's about being intentional. Everything you do, you want to have intention behind it. So when it comes to success, we definitely take what we've learned and take the top performing, the top engaging, whatever that looks like, and really dig deep into it and say, hey, you know what, guys, like, this video really didn't perform well on Instagram. Like, how can we slice it up and maybe just promote it on stories? Or, hey guys, like, this did really well on Facebook. Like, how can we actually take this strategy and translate that into another channel? So just as, with any social strategy, you really want to be thinking about each channel and, how is it that you are building a voice and building a content strategy around that channel that's curated for that channel. You wouldn't go to TikTok to, see what you would find on YouTube. You wouldn't go to Instagram to find what you might see on Twitter. So it's something where we're constantly thinking about 360 and how we're able to really look at the bottom line from a social engagement perspective. When it comes to really driving traffic and revenue and sales, that's definitely where we are really formulating some new tactics around a affiliate program. And I know, Tiffany, you and I have definitely talked about how we can really leverage influential in that space. And, right now, so many big brands are like, how can we do better? How can we be better? How can we track? What's the visibility? Where are our efforts being, utilized and exercised the most? And for Guess, we are really wanting to, take what we're learning along the way and test. That's a huge thing too, is how are we actually seeing what works versus what doesn't? So being on, our scale of size, we do get a lot of opportunities with the platforms themselves to try new beta tests that they're rolling out with. So we, as of right now, are in the pipeline to do a test with TikTok come April. So that's super exciting. And then also we are one of the finalists to do a content brand lift test with Facebook. So we do get to be in this unique space where we actually get to participate and be the front runners of some of those campaigns that they're running. So that also helps us too, in terms of building out a strategy, because testing and trying, you never know until you try. And that's definitely at the heart of it. That's really where we're at.
I mean, you're dropping gems, first of all. So I'm hearing it. We said the medium is the message. There's so many good insights that I know the audience is eating up. So thank you for diving into that even more. You touched on it again a little bit. It brings me to research. I want to understand, you guys are testing, which is awesome. What kind of research are you guys doing? How are you listening to, consumer feedback across social platforms, maybe in a social listening capacity? What does research look like, and is that been important to you in your social strategies?
Absolutely. And we get pretty gritty with how we interact with our audiences. And I will say, what I absolutely love about Instagram stories is the ability to ask your audience what they want to see and ask them directly, through questions, through polls and crowdsourcing. Every week we have a this or that or a question story. Then we're constantly, at the end of the week, we have brainstorms with my team to not only go through our insights for the week, but we also talk about, what's trending and what did you see? What did the Mayfair group do? What is Fila doing? And, what is Nike posting? And We also have like a group DM just with my team where we're sharing each other. Oh, did you see this? Like, oh, Diet Prada. Like, there is so much tea in our own, DMs that we have as my team. And so when it comes to just the social listening in a larger capacity, we definitely have leaned into NetBase to help us, from like more of a global perspective, but more on the day to day. It's something that we in terms of how are we engaging with our audience and how are we giving them an opportunity to give us direct feedback and give us an avenue for just what is it what's on their mind, like have they watched our latest YouTube video? What type of Valentine's Day chocolate do they like? Is it milk chocolate, is it dark chocolate, or is it white chocolate? Like, we actually want to know. So we love to take advantage of Instagram stories to really like just drive that engagement factor. And week over week, we see those crowdsourcing stories be our top performers, like hands down. We have often really leaned into pop culture with that, which is super fun. And speaking of that, with our Drew Barrymore collection, we did a "How well do you know Drew Barrymore" quiz, and our audience was pretty stumped, not gonna lie. So that's just like another way that we really tie in like what it is that we're doing with the way that we can interact with our audience, because that also really drives more eyes to our channel. So another thing too, when it just comes to, listening to your audiences, that I think is critical and has been so just apparent in the last 12 months, is being really sensitive to what your audience and how your audience is interacting with what's culturally happening. Just yesterday, we posted on behalf of, a lot of the discrimination that's been happening in the Asian American community, and it's our responsibility as a brand to speak and be relevant where we feel really strongly as a company. And that's something that I think a lot of brands are doing is, we want to be able to speak on behalf of what is going on, and not as a trend topic, but just as, hey guys, like, we regrouped internally as a social team and said we need to actually make a statement. This is something that we need to talk on behalf of, like, how the brand feels. And it's definitely been something within the last 12 months. The biggest shift in our social strategy is being sensitive and also being woke. We need to make sure that we are being careful and we're taking accountability and responsibility for what's going on. And just one example that we approached in the last 12 months is during the George Floyd and the BLM movement. And I remember it was Memorial Day weekend, and a lot of conversations were happening through social media, and I sent a emergency email to the VP and my entire social team, and I was like, hey guys, we need to silence all content this weekend. We need to take a really hard step back, and we need to really just decipher like where we want to go from here. We need to be listening and not be overstepping, and we need to be super sensitive to what's happening, and we do not need to be blasting our audience with the newest hoodie that they don't need to be buying right now. So we went silent for 7 days, and it was something that was escalated. Obviously, internally we have a diversity committee that would meet every single day that week and would talk about what was happening, what were the conversations, what other brands had been posting. Our PR team is based out of New York, and I worked really closely with them, really spearheading a lot of this crisis communication strategy and working very diligently to make sure that we are dialed in. Like, we need to be as like close to the channels as possible, especially when it comes to this. And we've been, I'd like to say we've definitely been really aware about our responsibility as a brand to participate in those conversations, but also looking at how our audience is interacting with those. We did get a lot of positive sentiment from our post yesterday saying, I relate to this. Like, thank you for saying that. And, it's important for us, and we're still learning. We're not perfectionists. We are not, the end all be all. We are not experts. I'm sitting here telling you this, that we're really trying to shift as much as we can, but be in, have purpose and have intention with what we're doing. So definitely important to listen. That's like a huge, keyword and buzzword that's been around with my team, really being hypersensitive to that.
Yeah. I mean, so great to hear, first of all. Like, thank you guys for, being one of those brands that is open to stepping up, showing up, and, doing what's appropriate during, sensitive times. I think that that's really awesome to hear. And, to marry that with socially aware, campaigns that, continue to foster good brand messaging for you guys. I think that that's just, it's just really nice to hear. It brings me to think a little bit more about the creative process, because as you know, a lot of brands were stepping up creative in different ways and looking, again, authenticity, I think, was the name of the game all of last year, and it continues to still be that. Can you tell us about what the creative process is like? Because you're thinking about the short term, you're thinking about 2022. What does that process look like for you and your teams, and how are you guys navigating that given, remote work and all of that?
Yeah. So we have a dedicated designer that does sit within the social team that does really create. We've really gotten very, very strategic and really procedured with all of our creative processing, especially with the work from home. It's really important for us to templatize like everything that we're doing from like a story perspective, and then also when it comes to these campaign launches, we have gotten so buttoned up to the point where, anytime a collection drops, like we have like an outline that we follow. And really it just comes to like plugging and playing, like, what are we doing from video? What are we doing from behind the scenes? What are we doing on IGS? What are we doing for crowdsourcing? What are we doing for, our talent and our seating? What are we doing on all of these channels? So we've actually gotten really good at it, which is great because we have a lot of drops that happen. And for that, we really have to just be like on top of what we're doing. And from a process standpoint, we also, work in tandem where we have every month we do have a calendar review with the team. So we are going over, IGS specifically and also Instagram specifically. And then that really kind of like allows for us to branch out in terms of, what YouTube videos are dropping for the month, what, big moments and collections are we supporting, and, what's happening from an international standpoint that we need to, be on top of and promote as well. So all of the global, the global Instagram is run by the US team. So we have weekly meetings with our international territories for them to speak on behalf of like what they're working on, because we do have certain drops and collections that are exclusive to specific territories, which is exciting because I'll just give you a little nugget. Our Asia markets are doing a collection with Disney, and that's going to be dropping this spring. So super exciting, but unfortunately not available in the US. So with that said, I can't. I'm sad because I'm not going to have access to it, but hopefully I'll work that out. But yeah, with that said, so it's really important for us to be like as transparent as possible in terms of like what's happening and when those moments are also going to need to be filled into the calendar. But from a creative sharing standpoint, this is something that we've really built out specifically with the pandemic. Is we had a lot of gaps like in between of how content was distributed across like the globe, but we have since developed a main resource for how we share all of our mainline content, which is what we call the guest global Instagram account, and how we share that with our international territories. So every story we ever post, we basically provide all of that to our international territories every week. And then when it comes to how do we share content and how do we feature those other territories onto our channel is we work very closely with them on just our overall strategy for the month, and we have a universal like global calendar that we allow for everybody to plug and play. So it's a lot of transparency and just being really open about our communication with each other. So, that's been extremely critical at this time. And then from a, campaign creative perspective is social does, we have a very traditional advertising team. So every time a campaign launches, like for example, our spring campaign that was shot in Sicily, that is all done and executed by, we have a specific creative team that does all of that and packages all of those assets up to and sends those through advertising as well as to all of our other territories. And then the social arm and my department is really responsible for making sure that those hero and campaign images are also filtered into our content strategy. But we also a big part of our social strategy is UGC. We absolutely love to repost what we see and how people are styling guests and wearing it in their own world. That is just the main focus for a lot of our content strategy is we really want to give, we want to give the audience an opportunity to see themselves. Like guests is not about us, it's about them. It's about who's wearing us and how they style it. Because let me tell you, some of these people like just knock it out of the park. I mean, I get so much outfit inspo just from like our UGC. I'm just like, hold on, wait a minute. I have that. I definitely could wear it like that. And that's what we love is that the guest type of person and style is so diverse. Like we really have something for everyone. And I mean, so many other brands can say that, but like Guess has been around for 40 years. So I have something for your mom, your grandma, and your kid. So like at this point, like I just have to, put that out there. Like we have been around for a long time. We really have a lot of these new programs that bring back those archive styles, which, as I mentioned, Drew Barrymore. But, that's definitely something that's important for us is like really showing that UGC from a global level. So, whether you're tagging us in Russia, Japan, or, in Mexico, we see you and we're going to post you if we like it.
I love that. I imagine a very like chic, fashionable like war room, and everyone's there, throwing ideas at the wall. Everyone's so collaborative. There's just ideas galore. That sounds really fun. And thank you for giving that insight. I'm sure everyone's taking away so many gems, Bailey. You're killing it. I do want to hear a little bit more about innovation. So you did touch on it a little bit. What does innovation look like for your consumer, maybe the fashion consumer as a whole? Because to your point, you have something for everyone, which also includes the luxury consumer, the one that's more affordable.
Yep.
What is innovation like for you guys?
Yeah. So from a product standpoint, this is definitely where we have our partnership arm. So we have a dedicated team that focuses just specifically and exclusively on our brand partnerships. So they are the ones who are working with, Friends with You, and they're the ones working with Pleasures, and they're the ones that are working with, J Balvin on, these like specific, ways that we can cross pollinate when it comes from like a product perspective. And, when it comes to innovation and how we are really trying to like tap into each particular market, we have 3 core demographics that we have to be speaking to. We have our millennial market. We also have our heritage customer who is, older, who's grown up with Guess, who bought, her first pair of jeans or their first pair of jeans were, back in the early 90s or late 80s, et cetera. And then we have our Gen Z. So we have to constantly be thinking about those 3 personas, like with every single thing we do. So as I kind of mentioned before, we have these sub brands that are underneath the mainline umbrella. So our mainline channel, which is Guess, really does speak to more of our millennial and heritage customer. We do have a crossover in terms of just like, who is like wearing, our product and just like what UGC we're trying to focus on. But with that said, our more our more Gen Z focused line is Guess Originals. And that's really, where we're trying to hyper focus on, our TikTok content and, like featuring a younger audience. That's where our, Universal Music Group partnership, was taking place. And with that said, we're really trying to just test different ways to like reach our target audience. And I think from a platform innovation, and when we are thinking about social, which I have to be thinking about that all the time, it's so important for us to be like looking at what else is out there, like who's doing what, who's saying what, how are they doing it. And as I mentioned earlier, like our group DM with all of my team, it's just we're seeing and sharing these things in real time, like, oh shit, did you totally see what like Doritos just did, or oh wow, did you see Emma Chamberlain in the PacSun spring ad, like, and making sure that we're keeping a pulse on just how other brands are innovating and where we can fit in or where we can stand out. Like it does allow for us to, really take that into, consideration and look at our brand in terms of how we're breaking, like breaking the mold for what we're doing. So I think, a big topic I wanted to kind of touch on was TikTok. So that's really where we are spending a lot of our time and energy right now. So just in the last year, we relaunched our TikTok channel. And I will just give Guess a little bit of a shout out. Before my time, Guess was actually the first brand to work with TikTok on a TikTok challenge, like back in 2018. So that was super exciting. We had so much momentum out the gate, and then really it just was deprioritized. There was other things that were more important. So with COVID, obviously people are wanting to be finding new ways and like what is the value add. So we decided to kind of focus on how can we create our TikTok content, and how can we create TikTok content at scale, but also do it in a way that's different than anyone else is doing. So our brand ambassador program was born, and this is a project that I spearhead, and we work specifically with some of our top retail associates and in different markets, and we hand selected a group of 10 amazing retail associates who've been with the brand. They love it. They live, breathe, sleep, work, and now they have this opportunity to create TikTok content for guests. We built out this program just for them, and we gave them phones, we gave them a ring light, and we gave them, all these tips and tricks on how to create TikTok content. And we have seen so much success with this program, and TikTok themselves even gave us a major shout out and said, we love what you guys are doing. We love that you guys leaned into your retail associates to really drive this this styling and this expertise about how to wear and how to what you can find in the store, because at the end of the day that's really where Guess started. So we got something that really was a really positive experience for us is we saw how many people on the retail side were just like, wait a minute, I get to be a part of the brand. I love this. So that's been super fun. I love connecting with our brand ambassadors every other week. And so part of the fun is that they have monthly challenges to participate, and they are so competitive. That is another thing with these retail associates is they are all about whoa, I gotta create the best video or have the best transitions. And that's been super fun because, we are rewarding them with Visa gift cards. So they're not just getting, an opportunity to shop Guess product, but they're also getting, an incentive to participate and, create great content for us. So, we just did a insights overview, and one of our top performing TikTok videos last week was a video that our brand ambassadors did. So feeling really good about that program and super excited to build it in our other markets, which is coming soon. So we're super excited about that.
I love that. Anytime a brand's taking advantage of their own, advocates, you got a shout out from the audience saying, what a great way to innovate and incorporate your biggest advocates. I love that. It's just so great to hear, why not, leverage your biggest fans? So smart. And I love that you're on top of that from a social lens. I want to jump to some questions.
Yeah.
Let's see. So many things to ask. I do want to start with the what can you learn from as a heritage brand? So this has been a popular question that people have, continued to ask as we think about D2C brands, newer brands, and turnkey strategies, but then thinking about the success that you guys have built upon over the last 40 years. Are you guys scouting some of these newer brands? And then is there advice that you guys take for yourselves from, historically just being around and have had such success over the years?
Totally. So I definitely have to give it to my team. I work with 4 Gen Zers. So they are keeping me young and fresh. So I know what's up. And they're putting me onto all these other brands. And I previously was with Shoe Dazzle, which membership subscription and, women's footwear started, in 2009. So they were definitely innovative from the e-com and the young and fun. And more of a newer emerging brand. So I definitely keep an eye out on who is doing what from these newer brands, but we're also keeping a pulse on what's Urban Outfitters doing, what's PacSun doing. We're definitely kind of sitting right in the same category as them, but we also look to what luxury is doing. What is it that, Prada is doing? What is it that, Christian Dior is doing? What is it that Chanel is doing? What is it that Off-White is doing? So we're kind of keeping that same, rhythm. And then we also have to look at activewear. And, there's so many activewear brands right now that are just doing a phenomenal job with the storytelling. And that's really where we're really wanting to be as innovative and be as as curated and intentional as possible is we need to tell a story. Every post has to have a purpose. We really need to put ourselves out there and, in a way that's quality versus quantity. So with that said, I mean, everything we do has absolute thought and intention behind it. I mean, there are times where we will get, a random request that comes in super last minute, but we have to do it because it's coming from, higher up. But what we find is those requests that come in don't perform well. So, we also have to we walk this fine line of it's a family brand. At the end of the day, Guess is a family run business that, was founded in 1981. And we really have to, stay true to those roots in a lot of regards. But yeah, some of these younger brands, I mean, I'm thinking Set Active and, Gymshark and some of those other, activewear brands that are just so doing things outside the box or, trying, different ways to just reach an audience. I mean, we're really keeping a pulse on a lot of these up and comers, but also, traditional retailers as well. That's really important for us is how are they driving people in store? Safely is another thing too, is that we are, really trying to be sensitive to how we're promoting shopping again. And that's definitely been something that I've worked with as well. I'm also part of the strategy overseeing our retail store ambassador program, as I mentioned on TikTok, but also working specifically with our director of retail and how are we promoting that and injecting that into our social strategy. And what's really great as well is we also have a partnership with Uber that allows you to shop safely and order specifically and have your product delivered over Uber. So we're really trying, ways to think outside the box, but that was another idea that had come from a retailer. So we flagged that and said, hey, this is something we should do. And we jumped on it. And so far it's been great.
That was also, that's really great to hear that you led into the next question, which was about your retail strategy and how was that affected during the pandemic and kind of what you guys are doing in that way. Anything?
Yeah. So I will be totally transparent is because we're a global brand, we kind of had a little bit of an idea of what was going on before, it hit in the US, which was definitely a good thing. We saw a lot of our EU and Asian markets just, really share what they were experiencing and what was happening within their own countries. And, we were just really being as, overly communicative as possible. So with the, the early part of the pandemic, our social strategy like immediately had to shift. So we were doing a lot of people, posting UGC of people like outside and being active and, doing these things that were, people can't do anymore. So we, we really had to take, a hard left and say, all right, like, what do we want to see on social media? So it was more of like a real genuine conversation with our social team that was like, I want to see something that's going to motivate me. I want to know which feeds to follow. I want to work out Wednesday. I want a foodie Friday. Like I need to know what to make in my fridge because I can't go out and order anything. So, or I can't go to a restaurant. So that's exactly what we did is we decided like, hey, like we're going to also feature people on our feed who are chilling at home and who are, wearing their sweats or, chilling with their dog or, going on a hike. And so that was definitely something that we needed to do in terms of like shifting our social strategy. And then from a retail perspective, we had to be very sensitive around, how people were, especially at a time where our retail like arm was closed. So that was where, we posted we posted something that was dedicated that was specifically about, our stores shutting down. So with that said, when our stores reopened, that's when we worked really closely with our retail team to, provide an update on what safety measures were being taken to make sure people felt safe going back into the stores. And that's also something that we will be resharing actually this month, just now that things are starting to open again. So yeah, it's definitely working very closely with them to make sure that people feel safe.
I love that. Thank you so much. I know Chris is here. We could go on forever. That's what.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
I'm like the wrap-up music at the Oscars.
Got it. Wrap it up.
I did just one more question. I do want to know a little bit about what you're looking forward to, and that could be with work, that could be, personally, anything that you could offer to us.
Yes. Well, I gotta say, I'm on TikTok all the time now. And I'm just all about these TikTok recipes. Like I just tried the feta cheese with the tomato, like that. Let me tell you, that was so good. So I've learned a lot from TikTok this year, and I'll just put like one little Easter egg is that Guess is about to do something really, really awesome on TikTok coming this April. So super excited. So if you guys aren't on TikTok, get on there, make that recipe. It is so good and so easy, but that's definitely what I'm excited for is just learning more recipes on TikTok. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you so much, Bailey. You killed it. I know the audience took away a lot of gems. So thank you so much for everything.
Yeah.
Bailey, your enthusiasm is infectious. I love to see somebody who loves what they do so much. Like it really comes through. So kudos to you on that. Also, I have to say, Guess is, for the history of my time on Earth, my favorite brand for billboard advertising, for magazine advertising. You guys have always done it the right way. A buddy of mine, Josh Ryan, is actually one of your photographers. Love the quality of the work that you guys do. And I hope that we get the chance to collaborate sometime soon.
Well, it's on my radar. So thank you guys.
Putting you on the spot.
Yes.
Done.
Thank you guys.
Thank you
Thank
guys.
you so much, both of you. Really appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye, guys. So a big thank you to Bailey and Tiffany for joining us today for a great discussion. We have two great sessions still ahead of us. I hope you'll stick around for the next one. I want to welcome Scott Hudler, the Chief Marketing Officer of Torchy's Tacos, and our moderator for the session, Joe Piscowi. I always say that wrong.
You do. It's okay.
Piscowi, right?
There you go. Now you got it.
There we go. Our Vice President of Brand Strategy at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Scott and Joe.
Thanks so much.
Chris.
Thanks for having me.
It's a tricky name, Chris. Don't feel bad. Scott, hello. How are you doing today?
Doing great, Joe. How about yourself?
I'm doing well as well. Thank you for joining us. So we'll just jump right in. If I can fangirl for a minute, I am a huge fan of the brand. I discovered Torchy's probably my first trip to South by Southwest in 2010. And then it just became a staple every time I went back to South by or visited Austin. So it's been awesome to see you guys grow. And I'm really hoping we get a location here in Chicago where I'm based sometime soon.
World taco domination is on our to-do list. So
yes,
I think we'll get there at some point.
You absolutely have the brand to do it. It was just so clear early on, just like you guys had something special. You're such a part of the community. Obviously, like at South by Southwest, people were just buzzing about all of the food around Austin. But for, something like Torchy's to rise to the top there for someone who was there for the first time, you were like, you have to go try it. Did it. It did not disappoint. And again, was just so much a part of the community. Obviously, you guys have been going through a lot in Texas right now as well. I saw you post on your Instagram that Torchy's has been doing some stuff with the community. If you wanted to touch on a little bit how you guys have been involved in sort of helping out during the weather crisis.
Yeah, I mean, it's Texas and Austin specifically are not designed to handle sub-freezing temperatures for 8 days consecutively with snow and ice. The joke was the only thing that Texans know about salt and ice is a margarita. So it was a rough week. But Torchy's, we're a brand. We were founded in a food trailer here in Austin, Texas, almost 15 years ago. So we have made being a part of the community. It's in our DNA. It's one of our core values. And so when things like this happen, we want to step up. And so, early last week, we couldn't even get stores open. So our community, if you will, was taking the food that was going to spoil and giving it to our employees who were without power, who were without that, like they could take this chicken and go cook it somewhere that you can do it. So it goes to good use. And then we donated some of that to some kitchens and shelters as well. Then as we got back up and running, we're constantly doing things with the community. And, it hasn't been a kind of overarching brand program, or like we're partnering with this group. It was just every one of our managing partners was out finding organizations that they could donate to. And, the biggest one we did was we donated over 1,000 tacos to a group here in Austin on Wednesday, which was just fantastic.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. And that was, it's so clear just going into one of your stores, how, community is such a part of your DNA. How do you translate that? I know you guys are expanding so quickly, seemingly. How do you sort of translate that part of that community DNA to these kind of new communities that you go into?
Yeah, it starts before we even open. So, getting into the community to get talent to work in our restaurants is one thing. And before we open, for about a 5-day period before we open, we call it mock service. So we just reach out to every community group, PTO organization we can find and say, hey, we need some game reps. So come in, enjoy tacos and margaritas on us, and let's just start to build those relationships. And then, opening day, we have a party, and we don't, everything's free, but we donate money to different organizations. And then we just keep that going as we're there, because the group that we donate to, it makes great business sense. We obviously want to be a pillar of the community by helping these organizations out and doing fundraisers with them. But a lot of these groups have, big organizations, and we want them to come into our restaurants, and they're going to do big orders for meetings and things like that. So, it's just the right thing to do for us as a community brand, and it makes good business sense too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super smart. Before we kind of continue, I wanted to take a step back a little bit. You've got such a fascinating resume. You've worked for some huge brands in a lot of different industries. So, if you could maybe just talk a little bit about what brought you to Torchy's and how some of those experience kind of helped translate into your CMO role in the QSR space.
Yeah. So probably not the most linear CMO career path ever in terms of industry. So actually started my career on the PR side, worked for an agency right out of school. I was told by a professor in school, he said, you should go work at an agency. You're not going to make any money in the PR agency world, but you're going to learn a lot as a junior person. He was right on both accounts, learned a lot. My first client was the International Guild of Professional Electrologists, which is, as I learned, laser hair removal, which was pretty awesome for a 22-year-old kid from South Georgia to be working on. And then just, translated that into work for Popeye's Chicken, and then got recruited up to go work at Mars, the company, not the planet, obviously, but was there and was at that point where I was like, you know what, I'd like to make the shift from the communication side to the marketing side. And, they were so wonderful and said, look, we want to help you develop. And so kind of worked into sports marketing and then managing the Snickers brand, and then went to Dunkin' and was there for almost 12 years and felt like it was like 3 different career stops because of the different roles that I had, the last being chief digital officer, and then wanted to, after a career of progressively healthier foods, fried chicken, candy, donuts, I wanted to try and give back and go work at, took the CMO role at Dick's Sporting Goods. And what I found there was, the retail was fascinating, especially at that time, but it was, I just really missed the food side of the world, and had always wanted to do something a little more entrepreneurial. And Torchy's was at that place. They had just received the first ever kind of investment funding. And so they were bringing in a management team to kind of build off that foundation and take it to the next level. And it was, great brand. I had honestly never been to a Torchy's before I got the call, and did a little research and was like, wow, this is something pretty special. And, the team and Mike, our founder, was just such an amazing human being. And Austin, Texas isn't a bad place to live either.
No, not at all. And I think that's an interesting jumping off point for culture too. What is sort of the work culture like at Torchy's, and then how has it changed since COVID? You guys mostly work from home now? Were you relatively remote before?
Yeah, we're pretty remote right now. Our office is open. I mean, we've technically never closed the office, like complete shutdown. We've had someone there to receive packages and things like that. But for the most part, we're remote, and we honestly haven't skipped a beat. I mean, we're, I think as we think about coming back into the office, it will look different. And the fact that, in the way that we'll have an office, you may not have a desk or an office there, but it'll be more of a touchdown space. And I think, a lot of people are thinking about it in more of a hybrid method. And I think that's how we think about it. It's the place where you'll come do your team meeting. And if you need to meet with people, be there. But if you just need to be heads down for a day, just stay at home. I mean, we were pretty flexible on that pre-COVID, so it was a pretty easy transition for us.
I love that. Yeah, that's super smart. I really like the idea of the office evolving into more of like a true collaboration space. I mean, obviously that's been tried before. Like, before I started Influential, I was at McDonald's, and we had built this massive new headquarters in Chicago. By all accounts, one of the most state-of-the-art buildings I've ever been in. And they definitely tried to do that. But still there's something when you're sort of trying to fit that into a larger office that doesn't necessarily always work, because, people are sort of unsure how to use those spaces. So I am excited to see kind of how those offices change moving into this, and really sort of build around those collaboration spaces a little bit more than just kind of like the stand-up desks. And we did actually hoteling there, so we didn't even actually have desks that were assigned to us, which was a very interesting process as well.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to kind of see a lot of places on that spectrum. Mars, I'm not sure if they still have it like this, but there no one had an office, absolutely no one. So you were, and it was bullpen kind of before the open floor plan was cool, so they were definitely way ahead of the time. And it absolutely does foster collaboration. Torchy's, I think we're pretty open as well, but we collaborate in the office, and we all also like to collaborate at a local Torchy's on the patio for margaritas, and a lot of business gets done there as well.
That's smart. So has your leadership style changed much during COVID? I mean, obviously the sort of tools which you collaborate probably have, but have there been any other sort of major changes to the way you lead your team?
I think it's, it was obviously a lot easier to just walk around and stop and chat with everybody, and you didn't have to really work at it, because you're just going to run into people at, grabbing coffee or on your way to a meeting or something. So I just try and stay connected with everybody as best I can, whether that's just, a random text, hey, how are you doing? Or just a, random call. And we have gotten into this cadence of, I'd say pre-COVID, we weren't a big like team meeting structured type of team. It would just be like, hey, gather around everybody. And now we have kind of a stand up on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And we require camera on, like just see some faces and, really just, you can see in people's eyes, are they doing okay? Or are they having a rough day? And just trying to do that. And, I think you just got to work a little harder to make sure your team's doing okay.
Yeah, it's good though. It seems like you guys are taking the right approach for sure. So I mean, transitioning to the business side of that conversation, obviously preaching to the choir here, but this is an incredibly historic time for restaurants and QSR right now. How, from a business perspective, has it changed for you? And sort of as a CMO in the last 12 months, like where are you really focusing and, what are you sort of looking at in the next, let's say 6 to 12 months as well?
Yeah. So, I mean, Torchy's is a very experiential brand. Every one of our locations, while they'll have a lot of common elements back of the house and a few common design elements, we have 84 locations. We have 84 different designs. Like that's by design. So it's very experiential. We focus on, hospitality. We refer to anyone that comes into our restaurant as a guest, not a customer. A customer is a very transactional relationship. A guest is like someone you're hosting in your home, and that's how we want to treat you. So, you take that, and when we had 2/3 of our business in the restaurant, 1/3 off premise pre-COVID, when that shifts to 100% off premise, I mean, over about a 3-day period, it requires some things, some changes. The good thing is we were already envisioning kind of pre-COVID, a world down the road. Now we thought it was much farther down the road than, early 2021, but we envisioned a world that was 50-50. So 50% on premise, 50% off premise. So we were already trying to figure out, okay, we didn't have curbside. We need to make that better. We need a stronger online ordering platform. We were, getting that done, and we launched that in 2020. Thinking about all those things, how do we have make it easier for the pickup experience? So, before you would have to come in and you'd have to wait in the to-go line. Well, you could be waiting behind me. And if I'm ordering to go and I'm on the phone trying to get the order from my kids, like that could take a while, and it's not a great experience while your food's sitting right there. So put in a bunch of shelving in stores, alphabetize, just make it really easy. Really, we thought about everything that we're doing under the strategy of make Torchy's easier. How do we just make our brand easy to use, whether you're ordering online, picking up in the store, whatever it is, just we want to make it super easy to use.
And you were thinking about all of that pre-COVID?
Yeah, I mean, it was early days. I'm not going to oversell that. It was early days, but we the great thing about Torchy's is we have a managing partner model. We call it it's our internal franchise model. So we're 100% company owned, but if you're a managing partner of a restaurant, you write us a check. We hold that in escrow, and then you get a percentage of the operating profits every month. You get a small base salary and a percentage of the operating profits. So you have the mindset of an owner, that you own this business. So when COVID hit, these guys are going to figure it out. And so we instituted curbside. We had kind of our pilot program going, which was incredibly elegant with an iPad, and we can come out to your car, take your order. And then we had the not so elegant of dragging Cat 5 across empty dining rooms and putting a POS out at the register under a tent and calling it a drive-through. So we've gone back and we're systematizing all of that and just really making a lot of investments in technology so we can deliver on that making Torchy's easy to use promise.
That's great. Were you building the team able of executing that, like all that digital in-house, or do you guys usually work with partners to execute?
Little bit of both. So we are building the team. I mean, we are I like to say we are a small but mighty team, and we are slowly building that up. So we rely on our partners, Card-Free on the online ordering side, quite a bit to help us make these curbside changes, make improvements to the ordering experience.
That's great. Obviously, I assume for you guys, delivery became a big part of the business during COVID as well. So I'm curious as to your thoughts about, just delivery as a channel and how you approach it as a brand and sort of how you see that evolving. I think delivery plus ghost kitchens is truly a really fascinating area in all things restaurant, especially in the QSR space right now. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So delivery is, it's the greens fees these days. You have to do it. We have taken a different approach than most players out there, where we have elected to be exclusive with one. So we have an exclusive partnership with DoorDash, and we do this for a couple of reasons. One, just purely financial. We feel like we get a better financial arrangement being exclusive versus spreading it out. Secondly, like I mentioned, we have the managing partner program. We're a brand, we're big on partnership, whether that's with our community partners, our charity partners. So we want to do something that's mutually beneficial for us and for our delivery partner. And we've been with DoorDash for I guess about almost 3 years now, and it's been a great partnership. It obviously shot up as a percentage of sales during COVID, and it will. In restaurant dining will come back, but there is a group of consumers who have absolutely uncovered the beauty of delivery of, hey, I don't have to get out of my sweatpants and I can just have food delivered here. So it will continue to be a significant part of our mix. On the ghost kitchen side, that's something that's very interesting to us. We're going to open our first ghost kitchen in Columbus, Ohio, in a few months. We're excited about that. We've talked about it. I think, I've read, and a lot of folks on our team have read every article, white paper, presentation, you named it, written on ghost kitchens, but it's all theoretical until we get in there and get our hands dirty and kind of figure out if it works for us. And I think, we're excited about this one in Columbus. We're relatively close to Ohio State University, and Torchy's as a brand does really well in college towns. And so we're excited to see how this can work as a market entry. This will be our first location in the state of Ohio, and potentially maybe it's a infill. We haven't really seen the need for it as an infill strategy yet, because in our biggest markets, Dallas, Houston, Austin, Denver, we have a decent amount of stores, so we can cover the 80-90% of the consumers in that market, and we can service that out of our existing restaurants, and the way we've designed the kitchens allows for that. So I'm super excited about it. I can't wait to get up there and see how we do.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how that turns. I imagine it's going to go really well, to be honest. Can you deliver alcohol out of ghost kitchens?
So that was you always hear, like, has anything good come out of this pandemic? And for us, that's one. So in Texas, they relaxed that restriction, and so the majority of our restaurants are in Texas. So working with our partner DoorDash, we now can deliver alcohol to the majority of our Texas locations. Not all. There's still a lot of local ordinances that don't allow it, but we can. And it started as it had to be completely sealed, and now it still has to be sealed, but now we can deliver our handcrafted margaritas. So
great.
in the early days of it, we had to give you the kit and you make it yourself, and now you can just get the original, which is great. And so we hope that sticks around, that's something that lingers after COVID is long a memory.
Yeah, same. There's been some nice changes to that here in Chicago as well. Mm-hmm. And also just when the weather was nicer, sort of relaxed restrictions around allowing restaurants to have larger spaces for outdoor dining, mm-hmm. Have it spill out in the streets. And, it did give a really cool feel to the city that just had never existed before. And, hoping some of that is able to stick around.
Yeah. And I think that's important. And I think one of the reasons that we have fared as well as we have through this pandemic is the outdoor dining. So almost all of our locations have a patio. Pretty much anything we have built in the last 6-7 years will have an outdoor patio. And luckily, last week withstanding, The weather in Texas is pretty solid, and the weather in, you know, a lot of the markets we're going to. Denver, not so much. We have to enclose those patios, but you know, so people felt comfortable and continue to feel comfortable dining outside on a patio where they may not feel comfortable dining inside, even though we've taken all the precautions and built barriers. And I think that'll continue. So we're really fortunate that we have those patios and can do a lot of outdoor dining.
Yeah, absolutely. That's some really great insight into the business. From a marketing perspective, like what channels are you really focused on right now, and sort of trends are you keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting coming from brands like Dunkin' and Dick's Sporting Goods, where there was significant TV budgets. You know, we just don't do it. You know, we're an experiential brand, a lot of word of mouth. We joke that we kind of grew up with social media, so that is our main channel. I mean, you know, Facebook was founded in 2004, Twitter in 2006. We were founded in 2006, and so that was a lot of the early growth of Torchy's was through Twitter and Facebook, and it continues to be our biggest channels. But obviously with Instagram, I think, you know, we're obviously like Bailey before I came on, talking about TikTok and how can we get into that more. And I think just really looking at what can we refine from a targeting standpoint on those channels, and then how can we build that over to knowing our guests as intimately as we can. So, you know, working through the development of a loyalty construct that we could use, and then how can we kind of mush all this together and like to a jambalaya of data, if you will, so we can really start to piece apart and know our guests better and just get to them with very, very targeted messaging.
Yeah, that's definitely the right approach. I think, you know, social offers just a ton of insights there to take what you've learned through your CRM or your POS and then apply it to targeting audiences and capabilities on social. You know, TikTok's still very nascent there, you know, but is an incredible platform because it's really the last place you can go viral right now.
Yeah.
For positive reasons.
Exactly.
It's like, you know, Facebook and Instagram, which are still very powerful and something, you know, that our clients spend a lot of time, money, and effort on. Still great places to get your message on and achieve KPIs. But, you know, it really is such a pay to play game now, right? You really do need to be using paid media there. And it's so rare for something to really go viral for positive reasons on, you know, Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah. And then, I mean, we use all those channels as, you know, kind of an informal, formal guest feedback. Like, you know, we have a taco of the month every month, and it's, we don't put out a calendar every year that says, hey, this taco is coming. But, you know, for the last, I don't know, maybe 3-4 years, we've had a specific taco, the Scallywag, in February. Or we moved it on the calendar this year, and
people freak.
You know, we ruined people's birthdays, anniversaries, and months because the Scallywag wasn't in February. And the response that we gave back was, you know, we found a place, you know, hold tight, you're going to get 30 days of the Scallywag soon. Well, people didn't like that. Just go figure out which months have 30 days, and it's coming then. But you know, the great thing was it tells us how passionate our guests are, and we love that. And, you know, we hold ourselves to a pretty high standard. So if we disappoint them with, you know, the Scallywag not being in February, or they had an experience at a restaurant that wasn't great, like, we love to get that feedback, and we want to kind of respond to it in the moment. And, you know, for all the downside of social media, for us, that's a real positive, is that we can have that direct one-to-one relationship with our guests that, you know, through some of the more traditional media channels, you're just not going to get.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, there's so many raw, unfiltered insights. I mean, you know, having worked on social teams for McDonald's and Live Nation, I mean, those conversations are massive and sometimes, you know, can be very negative, you know, but it's like being able to sort of filter that out, you know, especially at McDonald's, we were able to really get some fascinating gems, you know, like bringing all-day breakfast out.
Yes.
You know, we're now
we watched that closely when I was at Dunkin'.
What's that?
We watched the all-day breakfast very closely when I was at Dunkin'.
Yeah. It was a, you know, fascinating campaign, and it worked great. But like High C was another one where just for years people were clamoring to bring it back, and, you know, it's sort of that like low-hanging fruit that can sometimes be tough to operationalize. But when you do it right, it's incredibly powerful to actually show your fans that you're listening to them and that they can make a difference.
Yeah, I am in the comments on all of our channels on, the first, second, third of the month as a new taco of the month launches, and just kind of scanning the feedback. And I mean, the great thing is we're going to know, within 24, 48 hours if there's a problem. And it's great. Like I said, it's there's a lot of negative associated with social, but we really look at it as it's a great way to have that one-on-one engagement with our guests.
Do you guys work with influencers through social right now? How do you approach that space?
Yeah, we do it. Honestly, we do it a lot more on like a local level. So when we're opening a new location, we'll find who are the kind of micro influencers in that town, trade area even, and invite them in for a VIP tour of the restaurant. I mean, obviously a little easier pre-COVID, but and then on opening day, give them like VIP access to try things. We will also use it for taco of the month. So to get a sneak peek, because we don't publish it, everyone finds out what the taco of the month is on the first of the month. We'll tease it a couple of days before the month starts. So we'll use influencers to come get a sneak preview of some tacos of the month. And also around margaritas, one challenge we have is we have, I'm biased of course, but I think we have the world's best margaritas, and we need to get that message out. I mean, Torchy's Tacos is our name, so people associate us with tacos, but
they're so good. The margaritas are amazing.
Yeah, they're incredible. But I think, and we do, we don't do a margarita of the month like we do a taco of the month, but we will do, from time to time, we'll do a margarita that pairs with the taco of the month. And so we'll use influencers a lot in that. That's probably the sweet spot of how we have used influencers in the past.
Yeah, that's great. Before I open it up to a couple questions from the audience here, I think you probably offer a ton of amazing insight and advice to sort of young marketers out there, especially with your sort of nonlinear path to CMO of Torchy. So, what advice would you give to people who are just sort of starting out in the marketing space, digital marketing space, especially who, have aspirations to be a CMO of a brand?
Yeah. A couple of things I would say, think about the long game. So go as broad as possible, work in different industries. Marketing is a huge area. There's so many different parts of it. So, spread around and take that assignment, not to sound like the old guy, but I guess I am now. Take that assignment that no one wants, that's going to let you grow and kind of come back. So, I think if you're narrow and deep in one area, that's going to be challenging to kind of, at some point you're going to kind of tap out. But if you're kind of broader and have broader experience, you can go to a lot of places. So like I said, just think about the long game and make sure that you're happy most of all. Like, do something that you're enjoying. If you're miserable, you're going to hate it, and it's not a good scene.
Amen to that. Make the change, don't be scared. I've bounced around a bunch. I was in the film industry, and then I went to grad school for journalism and was in the news business, and then in advertising, and then agency brand side, and now back here. And, the through line really has always been, to your point, I do think like expertise matters, but being able to understand like a breadth of the business and taking some of those assignments that people don't want to be able to learn more is incredibly valuable. And, don't be afraid to make that change if you're.
Yeah. Like, I mean, the jobs at both on Snickers and Dunkin' had some incredibly sexy parts to it, events and parties and Super Bowls and stuff. But there's also like, wow, the cost of peanuts went up. Like, what does that do to us? And,
exactly.
Coffee, there was a frost in Brazil, so coffee prices are up. Like, but understanding that business aspect of it is essential.
Huge. And I love your t-shirt, by the way. You guys have amazing merch as well, but all right.
Thanks.
I'm done fangirling now, and I will go.
Torchy's.com.
Yes, there it is.
Yeah.
Awesome. Someone is saying that they're a big fan of Torchy's in Austin and here in Houston. Don't recall seeing drive-through locations. Do you envision having more drive-throughs increase at all your stores? I know you touched on that a little bit, but what is the sort of roadmap?
Yeah, so if you feel, I'm not sure where the person, that individual lives. But if you feel like taking a drive to Conroe, Texas, there is a drive-through. It's a Torchy's. We took it over in 19. It had a drive-through. We did not light it up. But once COVID hit, we figured out how to make it work. So yeah, so we have one in Conroe, and we're actually about to open drive-through number 4 for Texas in Olathe, Kansas next month. So yeah, I think we have a few, we have 3. And as we think about future, it will be a nice to have. It's not a brand mandatory yet, but I definitely see us having more drive-throughs and as we build down the road.
And then I know we're coming up to time here, but another question about your expansion plan beyond just sort of world taco domination. I mean, how is the team approaching expanding across the country?
Yeah, so we have 84 locations now. We opened number 84 last Saturday. We will open a total of 17 this year. That'll get us to 100. And our plan is a plan that we started in 2020. So beginning in 2020, we'll open 100 new locations. So fast forward the end of kind of 2023, we'll be sitting at around 160, 165 locations. Nice. In maybe 15 to 17 states off of a base right now of 84 locations in 7 states.
That's amazing. Are we at time, Chris?
We are. I have to ask the most important question. When will we see Torchy's in Los Angeles?
Ooh.
Doesn't look good.
It might be state number 48 out of the contiguous 48.
Tough one.
Yeah, but we think California will be a great market for us. But it might be a minute.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. Really appreciate you dropping the knowledge. Great conversation. Yes, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Hey, thanks, guys. Chris, Joe, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
You got it.
Really appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
So that was a great session with Scott and Joe about QSR and restaurant marketing. We have one last panel for today. I want to welcome Yvonne Kinzer, the head of digital marketing and e-commerce at Avocados from Mexico, and Dr. Jake Benefla, the founder and executive director of the Center for Multicultural Science. This session will be moderated by Tiffany Pettit, the director of strategic partnerships at Influential. Welcome to the stage, Yvonne, Dr. Jake, and Tiffany.
Thanks, Chris. Hi, Jake. How are you?
Hi, Tiffany. How are you?
How's it going? Doing well. Hi, Yvonne.
How are you?
Doing well. Thank you guys for joining. So excited to chat with you. And we're wrapping up. We're the finale right now.
Okay.
Awesome. Well, let's kick it off. I encourage everyone to definitely look up your bios and the awesome careers that you guys have had thus far on the Brand Innovators site. Would love to kick it off by just hearing a little bit more about your work. Yvonne, if you want to start, everything that you're working on, your role, and then Jake after that.
Sure. Well, thank you for inviting me. Always a pleasure to be with Brand Innovators. So I'm with Avocados from Mexico. I'm the head of digital marketing for Avocados from Mexico since 2014. They brought me in to build the digital marketing practice from the ground up. So there was nothing. It's an organization that was created actually in 2014, a few months before I joined them. And I have been for almost 7 years now building what it is today, Avocado from Mexico, and very proudly I can say that is it has become a benchmark in the digital benchmark in the fresh produce industry. And I oversee everything that it happens in the small screen, from web development and the usual SEO, SEM, social media, etc., all the way to the most sophisticated stuff like consumer data platform and data and the development of our first party data strategy, etc.
That's awesome. I know there's a lot that we'll ask in a bit about digital and the way you guys are looking at your consumers and stuff. So would love to hear from that. Jake.
Good afternoon. I have to point out that we're talking about avocados and tacos. And it's in California and margaritas. And so this is opportunistic here. You invited me because we talked about a book that I just launched about 2 months ago called The Big Shift: Redefining Marketing in Multicultural America. And Yvonne and I have worked together a little bit, and I've known her and love AFM as a brand, and they do amazing work. After spending close to 30 years in the ad business, I started thinking about how much time I've watched the industry sort of act so slowly towards the demographic changes. And the best way that I can describe the big shift is really that the industry over the last 3 decades has taken 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. And so the progress has been so incremental. I don't feel like companies are monetizing brand innovation. I mean, I don't think that I don't really understand why. I understand why. They're obviously interested, and it's much easier to monetize the status quo than sort of rebuild and fly a plane and start going into different directions in mid-flight. That's much more difficult. And so the big shift is about elevating and integrating the multicultural consumer into mainstream marketing, and there's a lot of implications that come out of that.
I love that. To kind of dive right into marketing and the way that we're looking at reaching different consumers in a changing landscape. Yvonne, how has Avocados of Mexico adapted their strategies to the various types of consumers that you guys have?
We are a very research and very insight-driven organization. We have over in the 7 years that the organization have existed, we have over 150 research and syndicated research. I mean, we have tons of research. We have a group within the organization in every area that is, works with as a centralized team with the digital researches and the brand researches and the shopper researches. So how we adapt, because we kind of, and we can anticipate what is coming because we keep our finger in the pulse of that, the evolution of the consumer. And love what Jack was saying before, because I think we both started around the same time. Not to say that it was long time ago, but it was, enough time ago that we saw how the industry has evolved from targeting Hispanics in the 2 networks that are traditionally Hispanic, and you're done with your Hispanic plan. And the segmentation is so much more complex than that. So like, for example, how do we evolve? Because we're constantly measuring the consumer preferences and reacting quickly. During the pandemic, when the pandemic started, I think that our shift took about a week. In 1 week, we scrapped TV spots that were not relevant. We built new campaigns. We built in 9 days our most successful digital campaign ever, which was Cinco de Mayo from 2020. We delivered 6 billion impressions, social impressions. And what we did is scrap what we have. We throw away a TV spot that we have created, because the environment of the TV spot, obviously before pandemic, happened in a hospital. So as you can imagine, not a good theme. And we recreated a digital campaign completely new, which was Home May Cinco. And it was the most successful. I mean, we invited consumers to prepare their guacamole for Cinco de Mayo at home and to share it on social media, to participate, to win prizes. We immediately switched our entire creative, and instead of saying avocados are so great, is thank you to the first respondents. Don't forget to wash your hands, wash your avocados. We shift at a speed that was absolutely amazing. And I think that's part of what keeps us at the forefront with, what is happening in the evolution. The multicultural marketing is not an exception. We see where that segment is going, and we see how it's evolving. And like Jack mentioned, we see how it's blending, and it requires more than a simple media plan based on language to really reach them, with relevancy.
Yeah, I know, Jake, I mean, you have so much experience in understanding, when these sort of shifts need to happen and like how marketers need to be thinking about their very diverse and intricate consumer set and not just in one lens. Can you speak more to that?
Yeah, it's interesting. What Yvonne just said about language. It's above and beyond language. It's really interesting that there's like a narrative that the industry keeps, reinforcing. And then there's always the consumer narrative, and they don't always align. The consumer doesn't think about language. Like I've never heard, unless you ask the question, do you prefer this in language, or do you want labels in language, or do you want, right? Like that's not what they talk about. They don't talk about language preference. And that's the disconnect that I have so much. The work that Avocados from Mexico, and I'm not here to sort of, co-interview, but I think the work that you're doing, Yvonne, is really, it's brand driven, right? It's consumer driven. And that's what you're telling us. You're telling us that the research is, across every discipline within the organization, and you're moving with fact-based insights, and so, the question, going back to your question, Tiffany, we need to just kind of understand the shifting, demographics. We got to understand that we compete at the local level, at the hyper local level. These big cities are multiculturally driven. LA is 60 or 65% Hispanic. The overwhelming majority of it is US born Hispanic. Chicago, Atlanta, Washington, DC. I mean, those are cities that are driven by African Americans, right? So we don't win at the state level. We don't look at, the US, unless you're comparing the US to a country or a territory around the world. So we got to think about how we have to compete in the 21st century. And we got to understand, and really, in my mind, we have to reset the mindset. We've got to sort of push reset and look at the world, with more agnostically and much more, with the consumer at the forefront.
I love that, and wholeheartedly agree. I know that this is never more relevant. I want to say in the times that we are right now. I do want to touch a little bit about retail strategy, because I'm sure, there's so many audience members out there that are listening, and there's a lot that can be done on social, and we'll dive more into that as well. But from a retail perspective, Yvonne, what kind of changes have you had to kind of understand, and what do those strategies look like given the past year with COVID and all types of things going on the supply chain, I'm sure?
So the first that I need to say is that we were lucky because we were working on developing our e-commerce strategy even before COVID hit. And when COVID hit, we were right there in the middle, almost ready to launch our e-commerce strategy. And think about it, we don't sell avocados. We say jokingly when we talk about it, but we don't sell avocados, and we're not from Mexico. We are, and that's true, we are a marketing company that represents growers, packers, and distributors of avocados from Mexico. They sell, we do the marketing. So we don't sell anything directly, but we develop our own e-commerce for us, and it's a very unique approach. So we made our channels, we built bridges in our channels to move the consumers from the inspiration stage, which is what marketing does and branding, and to the platforms, the transactional platforms in the e-tailers where they can actually shop for avocados. So when we did this research, we saw that 8% of all the avocados are sold through e-commerce. And that was very surprising, because we know, based on research, that consumers like to touch their fresh products when they purchase that. They want to pick the product, they want to touch it, they want to feel it. They don't want anybody else doing it for them. So what I was surprising is that when we compare with the growth in the food and beverage category, the food and beverage category is in 6% and avocados is in 8%. So that was the first surprising fact. And then when we look at what happened with COVID, the growth that we were supposed to see in 2025 just happened. here during this year, this pandemic, in the middle of the pandemic. So it accelerated everything. So that's the first huge shift. So in my team, I opened a new position. I have a new, well, it's not, she worked with us before in shopper marketing with our organization, but it was moved to my department as a director of e-commerce marketing. And we have done so much in 9 months that is unbelievable. We have increased the traffic to our avocado page in Walmart, for example, by over 200%, only by customizing the page with health and wellness messages, etc. We became the first product brand in the history of Walmart.com on having a customized product page. We're running a campaign with Instacart. It was a pilot and they invited us to join that pilot, and I'm seeing return of investment of 20 times. There's amazing the opportunities in this space that we, it's hard to prioritize because there's so much to do, and the results are like, off the chart, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's very impressive for one to start, for sure. Jake, I know that I would love to hear your thoughts on that, because I know, there's so much that goes into strategies of all kinds and thinking about your audience. Can you tell us more about what you found and what's been beneficial for brands to understand when it comes to developing, key strategies for different, whether it's digital, social, and tapping new audiences?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about innovation. And I go back to sort of the theme of, the name of the company and the theme of this conversation. I think what I'm hearing Yvonne say is that, they're very fluid and they're very flexible. And they're also willing to test and learn a lot, which is, also a hallmark of really good companies. And so if you don't take that plunge, if you don't take that calculated risk, you're never going to know what that 200% increase at the Walmart page is going to look like. And so if you're fearful, you're never gonna see it. If you're saying whatever, whatever happens, and we've just got to go there. And it's a calculated risk. This is not like, taking a jump off a cliff and getting into a pool of water. These are calculated risks, and enough to kind of say it's going to grow by 50% and then grows 4 times that. So I love hearing this, because it really speaks to a brand that is willing to take risks and really at the forefront. And sort of, I think one of your values is innovation. I wish that a lot of companies kind of approached it that way and kind of operated with less constraints. And I think that's maybe one of the things that I kind of see at AFM.
Mm-hmm.
I love this conversation. It's just my mind is just thinking what you're saying, because, and then retrieving what I just said before, is that it's like a dichotomy. We're a dichotomy. In one side, I'm telling you, we're super research oriented and we make decisions based on research. But on the other hand, we're very innovative, which is kind of the opposite, because when you innovate, you don't know what is going to happen, because if you know, and it's because somebody else did it before and there's research about it, and in that case you're not innovating. So when you innovate, you really take a leap of faith, but it's a calculated risk, an educated calculated risk, but it's a risk. You don't know what is going to happen. Now the advantage of digital is that you can course correct really quickly and really cheap. And have we done everything right from the first time? No, we have like some peaks that say, okay, we're going down, but we pick it up really quickly and reach cruise altitude again, and then go up. So that's the advantage of leveraging a digital space to do all kind of innovations.
I love that. Can you give us a hint, or maybe not a hint forward, but a snapshot of something that was innovative that you guys did in a digital perspective last year? I mean, you guys have done a couple things on the marketing front, but is there anything that you'd like to highlight, speaking of innovation, that happened last year?
So many things, but one that comes to my mind, and like because it was a kind of a high profile, was Super Bowl. In a Super Bowl campaign, digital campaign, we integrated Watson IBM artificial intelligence tool, the personality insights. The theme of the campaign, following the TV spot, it's a story about dogs training humans using guacamole as a trick. So we matched that story. Yeah, it was so funny. So we matched that story with our digital activation, but it's really hard. I mean, how you bring all that, complex narrative into digital. So we use a lot of experiences. So what we did, and the reason what we did is because I have been watching artificial intelligence for a long time, because it's going to, at some point, have a very, very determinant role in marketing. So we want to experiment, which is a key word for innovation, experiment and learn about it. So we brought the personality insights capabilities of IBM Watson. And what it does is users will log in using their Twitter account, and their technology pulls all the data, the text from their Twitter accounts, and based on a criteria of like 20 different aspects, it determines the personality of the user. Okay, so then we partner also with adoptapet.com, which is a huge database that has information about all the pets that are cats and dogs that are for adoption in every zip code in the United States. So we work with a dog trainer, and we define the personality characteristics of the different breeds of dogs, and we map those with human characteristics. So we launched what is called Match.com, which, using artificial intelligence, we match dogs that were available for adoption with the humans that wanted to adopt a dog. So what makes this so special is that we didn't do it through IBM, which is when and pay per. They have a kind of a self-service tool online that we pay by engagement, and we activate it. But somehow they found out about it, and they called me. And I say the first thing that I think that their PR group within IBM, see, well, we were in trouble, because when you move fast, you break things, like there's somebody say there, and they wanted to know how that idea came about, because it was so creative, it was so innovative. And then the last thing I heard was that they sent an email to all their subscribers of IBM Watson, using our platform as an example of what a creative way can brands integrate Watson artificial intelligence. So that was, I think that was a highlight story in our 7 years of marketing.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you guys know IBM. I think Jake and I have talked about this several times. IBM is one of our biggest investors, so we really take advantage of personality insights in a different way to, leverage or match brand and influencer partnerships. So, I mean, to hear that scaled out in the capacity that you guys did, that's so fun and innovative and smart, I think, at the end of the day, that you guys can definitely do that. I want to talk a little bit more about creative, and would love to understand what that process even is like. I'm sure it's there's the amount of research that you guys are doing is so impactful to this, but given where teams are, given remote work, how has creative changed, and what kind of research and analytic insights are you taking to make sure that those processes are still creative and effective?
That's for me?
Yeah. I mean, I would love to hear from both of you. Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, that's a great question, because humans, especially in this industry, we have the tendency to jump and have ideas. I have an idea. I have a great idea. So I have to, I created for my team, I look what Lyon Keynes was doing. I look what Stanford University is doing. I look at different sources and created our own proprietary innovation framework. And it's actually scalable. So you start with the first step, which is what is the opportunity or the challenge that you're trying to solve. If you don't find that, don't even start, because you can have the greatest idea, but if it's not useful, there's no point. So once you find what is the opportunity or the challenge, okay, this is it. What is the research that will take you to ideas? And then my team and my agencies develop all kind of research, and through that process, the ideas automatically will come. But when they come at that point, are going to be are going to come from the strategy. So there's no ways. I tell my team all the time, I don't know if you're familiar with the Karate Kid movie, when the sign right, sign left, say it's a painful process, but you have to do it. And when you finish doing it, you're going to realize that you're playing karate and having the greatest idea, but it's very, very well founded in the strategy.
Are brands taking advantage of that in your go ahead, Jake.
No, go ahead.
That was my question. I wanted to know more about what you're seeing, and is that a good framework to set you up for success creatively as a brand?
I mean, definitely. I mean, I have seen that. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think that was for you, Jake, that question.
It was. Go ahead. I'll jump in.
No, I was just saying, what I have seen is that, especially that when we, struggle with productivity and how can you tell an agency, don't take that much time for an idea? I mean, you need the time. You have to think. But when you think, strategically, you waste less time. So in this industry, creating productively really pays off. So if you spend 15 hours, but you work 15 hours in doing research and analyzing research, ideas are going to come, and those ideas are going to be great and strong and well funded rooted into the strategy.
Let me jump in now, because I think we're talking about possibly creating a different creative development process and making it more strategic and making it more efficient for you, for the brand. And one of the things that I've been advocating for is, we talk about insights being, it's this combination between art and science. And I think we have it backwards. I think it's the science and the art, right? And so when you put the science, when you have science leading the art, one, you have a process that is now fact-based. So what we present to the client is very much strategic, and not just sort of great idea, or you have agencies that go in and present 3 ideas. They have 3 different insights, and you have 3 great ideas. And then what happens out of that is, I like that insight. I like that idea. Can we go with 4? And so, at the end of the day, it's a sales job on the agency side. So client, the creative director says, yeah, I think we can make it work, and they'll make it, they'll tweak it. But that really is sort of a tactical approach, and is also very qualitatively driven. What I'm advocating for is, why can't we go to the client with a tested insight? Why can't we measure these insights before they're actually presented to the client on the agency side? So if we have, before we actually go to you, Yvonne, we have the technology, we have the databases, we have the tools and the technique. We know how we can test these insights before we create the ideas. So why don't we measure the power of each different insight that now is tested against the relationship between insight and outcome, purchase or purchase intent. So why don't we go to you and say, we have 3 ideas or three insights, and this insight actually drives the process much better than the other 2. So let's drop the other 2.
Right.
And so let's just not waste your time. Let's just have a 15-minute conversation, present to you, because at some point we know that this R square at 0.6 is going to be better for the business compared to an idea that tested, with an R-square of, 0.3. So at some point we know that anything over a 5 is going to work. So we just need to be a little strategic, smarter, more scientific. And that really changes the paradigm creatively.
Totally.
And so my point is, we can do this right now if we have clients that have the courage to say, let's innovate so that we can drive better outcomes. And I don't need 3 people to justify the strategy. I don't need the research rationale to right? Because we're backing into an idea, and we're backing in, and we're using research to back into the justification. I am now selling creative. What I need now is to really look at this from a very fact-based approach to say, we now know that these consumers, your target, looked at this insight. We got really good responses. The R-squared to purchase intent is whatever. And so we built ideas around it, or a campaign around it.
Totally. I say, I don't need 5 ideas or 3. I need one strong idea. And I don't need 10 people to present an idea. I need one smart people presenting a good, well-funded idea. And when you really help brands and doing their homework, because if not, you put, your client in the position like a elementary school teacher. No. When the best that could happen is that, one idea come and say, this is the idea. And we are so sure because this is the foundation. So what this process do is that they eliminate the subjectivity out of the creativity. It doesn't matter if I may like personally, as the demographic that I represent, this idea, but if my target demographic is an idea that, like Jake was saying, is an idea that is going to be appealing to my target demographic, and you have the foundation to prove it, done. Sold. And we avoid all that, I don't like it. Yeah, but no, I like this, but not that, like, you were saying. So it's a very, very efficient and effective process.
Yvonne, do you remember the days, and Tiffany, you being in the business? I remember, going to the client. This is just exactly the parallel. You go to the client with three print ads, and the ECD says, I want 3 sold. I want concept 3 sold. I like the headline. Well, you guess what? Today we can test the headlines. This is what we do with Facebook. We do this in social all the time. We do A/B tests. And you know what? It's not even about the creative director. It's not even about the creative person. It's about what the consumer says about the ad. And you know what? You may not like it, and so you may not, it's idea 1 that actually drove because there was something in there that you didn't see. And you thought 3 was more humorous and funny. And so you know what? And then who knows how many people are actually doing creative to put it into award shows. That's a whole different discussion. But if we're talking about the business, let the consumer tell you what that ad's going to do. Simple A/B testing. And we can do this ahead of presentations. We just have to build a different developmental process. And we make our art process a little bit more strategic, or a lot more strategic.
Totally. How much agencies spend on a pitch? It's just a little bit more of investment to do an A/B test, and you go bulletproof. And removing subjectivity from a creative discussion is the best thing that can happen to all clients and agencies. Because now you are talking about facts and what works, regardless of the personal opinions. If you have usually with 5 people, we're going to have 5 different opinions, and usually the higher rank is going to prevail. So you eliminate that and really do what is better for the consumer.
You guys are speaking a lot of the brand ethos that we have even at Influential. It's not, we always say it's not about targeting every single person, but the right people for your brand, right? And even when it comes to leveraging influencers, since today's conversations have, heavily been around influencers too, it's about the right fits and making sure you can have the opportunity to test and see what works, who's resonating with our audience best when it comes to these sort of like ambassadors for your brand. So to ask that question, Yvonne, have you guys tested with sort of ambassadors or influencers, celebrities, when it comes to different marketing capabilities at Avocados?
Yeah, and actually we're doing a big test right now. It's launching next week, a platform called Avocado Nation. Imagine the Netflix of avocados. So we have all kind of videos. We have 70 videos from influencers plus celebrity, one Hispanic celebrity. We have a documentaries. We have over 100 videos, and then we have the intelligence behind, like Netflix have, for example. That's what we call it, the Netflix of avocados, with all these or consumer data platform and algorithms determining what is the right criteria that our consumer likes. Are long or short or demographic, or this influencer has more appeal for our demographic than this one or that one, because one influencer may be more appealing for one type of brand and the consumers of one type of brand, and maybe don't have the same reaction from a different brand. So we're testing that on our own environment and having our own intelligence to then optimize. If one is very successful, we keep developing with that. So we start with 100 videos, and then we are going to start narrowing down based on the best performance.
That's good to hear. I think it's always nice to hear, when brands are, one, listening, and two, just being so adaptable to what consumers are actually wanting. I'm going to dive into some questions. We have some questions from the audience, and let's have both of you chime in. Someone wants to know, is social media sentiment a factor that you analyze when looking at your customers' social media sentiment?
Yvonne, take it.
We do. It's not a KPI. I mean, we're not going to optimize based on sentiment. And the reason is, like, for example, we're working with a celebrity right now, and the celebrity, we're seeing some negative comments, but we have a brand health tracker that we do every year, and the celebrity is performing extraordinarily in terms of brand recall, message recall, super high. The agency said, well, we have some negative comments, and my answer was like, look, anytime that you put a human being in a social media channel, you're going to have haters. That's a truth we have to live with. I think you even put like Mother Teresa and somebody is going to criticize her. So I don't really care as long as the sentiment is decent. We're talking about over 90% usually is what we see. If we use it as a kind of is there a red flag? No? Okay, fine, we're good. But we don't use it as a KPI.
That's good to hear. What about when it comes to predictions? This is definitely for both of you. I'm curious to know your thoughts. What about predictions for CPG food industry? What do you guys predict?
So predictions, or are you talking about like predictive analytics, or prediction that we have any predictions?
Honestly, maybe both, but specifically for the industry.
So, based on the numbers that we're seeing, I think that one big thing that is going to change, I call trends. I differentiate the phenomena that are moving the industry forward I separate them between trends and forces, right? So if we look at trends, we talk about in-house fitness, for example, and are opportunities that, yes, brands need to take advantage on and be in that environment because it's hot right now, and it probably is going to change some behaviors and some others like gaming and stuff. But there are others that I call forces that is not even optional. You have to get there because are going to change the way that humans interact with the world. And within those that include artificial intelligence, and this is across every single industry on earth. 5G is going to completely change the way we interact, especially with videos, gamings, and anything that is interactive. And the third one is e-commerce. E-commerce is not going back. It's just going to be a revolution that it was digital 20-something years ago. That's where we're going, and it's not even a choice. If anyone choose not to, play in one of these territories, is definitely going to lose competitive advantage and stay behind and lag behind as a brand and within their own industry.
Would you agree, Jake? I know Chris
No.
came in.
I can't really top this conversation.
Just a quick sidebar. They just threw me on here, but you guys are closing the day. So if you want to go on for like another 20 minutes, I'm here.
How many minutes? How much time do we have left? A couple?
Yeah.
Technically 10, but yeah, take your time.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can't really add much to this conversation. I think Yvonne and I mean is hitting all the high points. I mean, I think that there's something to be said about health and wellness in the sort of post-pandemic world, whether you're in the food category or in the apparel category or soft drinks, whatever it is. Cleaning. I mean, I think there's going to be an angle there, and I think the way that this pandemic has impacted our shopping ability online is something to be seen. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to predict what companies do, depending on whether they see this as a blip or they see it as an opportunity in the long run. I mean, I definitely would love to see companies. I think there's a tremendous opportunity to have home delivery. I think it's there. It has been there, but we haven't really sort of pushed it. And so that throws sort of like a big wrench, right? Because if you're buying fruit or avocados, I mean, like I'm the one touching my apples, and I want to see that it's not, there's like 3 bruises on one, so I'm not going to pick up that one. So I want quality, right? So it's like the good old days where grandma would actually touch the cantaloupe and knock on the watermelon, and you're like, okay, it's just good. But I think we can work around those consumer insights, right? If we're going to deliver, so I don't have to leave the house, and I'm not afraid of the virus. And so there's going to be people again next year during cold and flu season who are going to wear the mask, and hopefully we'll be out of the pandemic. But like, there's an opportunity here that I can't even articulate because I'm not in that trend formation discussion, right? And those companies that are like Yvonne, like, you're sort of at the forefront and you're pushing yourself to think about like what could be, and how do we, drive that opportunity. So, I mean, I'm pretty excited. I think that, there are silver linings out of these issues, but hopefully companies that step up are going to provide value and some leadership for their consumers.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely want to leave it off with one final question from you both. I'm interested to know what you guys are looking forward to, right? From a personal, professional, in your work, in your roles, what are you guys looking forward to this year?
I always look forward to discovering that thing that I don't know yet. So and things are moving really, really fast, and are going to move faster as technology advances, because we use technology to create more technology. So the pace it accelerates in incrementals. But I'm especially excited about everything that is happening in the field of data and predictive analytics, and how we get ourselves, at least brands like ours, that small brands with small, less resources, how we get ourselves out of our comfort zone, actually getting into a very uncomfortable zone, trying to understand that space, and working with machine learning and our consumer data platforms that are very in the rise right now, and really instead of in the past, sometime in the present, is understanding what our consumers are wanting now so we can provide it. But we are moving more and more toward what our consumers are going to want and need in the future. And that's why, if we train well those machines, which is not an easy thing to do, they can do the predictions for us. And it's something that we have never seen in the history of marketing, how we can see the future and react based, not in the past, like it's the traditional research, but how we can react to the future. So that's one of the things that excites me the most.
So, and just to kind of talk to the other side of the coin, I'm going to talk about sort of organizations, because I think that there's a consumer part to marketing, and then really it's about how well organizations respond to the consumer trends and how they meet those needs. My hope is that companies don't let their foot off the pedal in terms of diversifying their stakeholders, their employees, and I'm hoping that companies see this as a long-term strategy, not this sort of politically driven, I must do this, I must hire and nominate somebody for a DEI position. So I'm hopeful that companies see the growth opportunity, and really it's a must-have. I think that going from a monolithic organization to a multicultural organization is the only way that companies are going to win in the 21st century, exactly for the reasons that Yvonne's talking about, because the world that we live in is multicultural, and organizations that were built in the 20th century won't survive the 21st century. So there's work to do. There's work to do.
So many gems. Thank you guys for your insight. It was such a pleasure to talk to both of you. I love these conversations that we can really get deep. So I appreciate you guys. This wasn't enough time, but I thank you guys. We can go on forever.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys
Thank
all
you.
so much.
Thank you. Thanks,
You
Chris.
too.
Yeah,
Thank
have
you
a great
so much.
weekend.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Speak to you guys soon. All right, so we made it all the way to the end of it. All of you that stayed tuned in the entire time, we thank you. We hope you learned something great here. It was a great day of speakers. We hope you'll join us again next month, March 25th, for another full day of interviews with amazing brand marketers. We also hope you'll join us Tuesday at 11:15 Eastern Time for Brand Innovators' second annual live cast on the future of food and beverage. We'll be joined by marketing leaders from Clean Cause, Health Aid Kombucha, Recess, Pernod Ricard, Cava, Sur La Table, and many more. Thank you all for joining us. And